I know, right? I think you ready for this? Yes. You ready for this dodge? Is it ready to go?
I am not discussing this bill. You guys can argue.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, we are gonna go ahead and get started. If everyone could take their seats, please.
Yeah.
Okay, right before I go into my state of campus address, I did want to do a quick appointment. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm appointing Shiva to
The current chief financial officer.
I'm appointing Shiva to the election verification committee, considering Madam Speaker cannot serve on election verification committee because she's running for elections. So, appointment if you want to ask any questions.
Yeah. No. Any questions? Yes, here's Troy.
What exactly would your job be as the verification?
To verify the election results.
So how does that work? Do you just look at the numbers and say, yeah, that's right?
It's like, yeah.
Okay.
It's written in the bylaws that it's President, Speaker of the Legislature, and then Elections Commission, SGA advisor to verify election results. If any of them are participating in the election, then the Elections Commission appoints somebody.
Okay, thank
Sam
you.
is at. Okay, so there's no questions for the Chief Financial Officer. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, RU reps, what we're doing is confirming the CFO to the Elections Verification Committee because I'm running elections. Yes, education rep.
Did we take a motion to confirm?
Are there any further questions? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, motion to confirm.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed and abstaining. Okay, congratulations, CFO. You will be verifying election results. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and get started today with the State of Campus address from the student body president.
I'll keep it very short. I also got sick before I came here, so I cannot talk that much anymore. Okay. State of campus address at the end of second semester is generally more so of a thank you to the entirety of SGA. In the course of 1 year, I've seen a lot of you turn into phenomenal leaders. I've seen a lot of your work go and make a lot more changes at the university, state, federal level even. Some of the big things that we did this year revolved around, well, I guess I'll start with Michael's advocacy for minimum wage increase. I know he was very critical of me and my administration, of the university administration, and all of us working together led to, well, the minimum wage, at least a commitment from the university to say that the minimum wage might be increased next year, and they will make an announcement at the beginning of the fall. So that is one big thing that we did. From Michael's efforts on that, I would like to go to Isabella's efforts on Guilford Woods. Last semester when we were discussing the topic of Guilford Woods, I know all of you, or at least most of you, are aware of how much contentious it got. Most of you know how the university reacted to it. At the end of the day, most of us here are students. We all have our academics, our lives going back and happening, but sometimes students forget that, and in the heat of the moment, they went after Isabella, they went after me, they went after a few other members of legislature. As much as those feelings were warranted, it was not justified to any one of us to go through that, and even in those times, I saw you guys working really hard and making the rally happen and showing up to the events. From that conversation, I want to go to the Career Center conversation. Paisley's efforts on Career Center has been phenomenal. It was one of my brainchilds from last year, but I never got around to it up until this year, and Paisley has taken on that as a big initiative of her own. She has been working very hard with the Senate and the Career Center on making the new plan happen, and I couldn't think of a better person to do it. With that, I would move to Aiden's efforts. Aiden, another great legislator this year, but I got to meet him at a very different level as a student fee coordinator last semester, where he served as one of my favorite people on the CTAC committee. He would always come to the CTAC committee and say the right things, make sure that people in the administration know what the students want. And he wasn't shying away from saying big things, considering he was a sophomore. I haven't seen people do that. A lot of sophomores, when they sit in committees this important with these many administrators, they end up shying away from a lot of conversation. And I saw a very great student leader in Aiden. From there, I saw a lot of efforts from, actually, another thing that I completely forget every time in our meetings is to talk about legislative leadership. From executive point of view, I was legislative leadership for 2 years before me being president. There's always a whole distraught between SGA executive team and the legislative team. That doesn't mean that I don't think that you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I don't express it as much, but I would simply say, and that's mostly me, because I am not good at emotions, but I would definitely say that the legislative team, including Scott, Stephen, Meghna, and Caroline, have been one of the best people to work with. Meghna's accomplishments that a lot of people have forgotten are, the big one is, she's the first non-white women speaker of the legislature. Nobody actually congratulated that. From Meghna's efforts to Stephen's efforts, I have not seen a more involved speaker pro temp, and as much as I would like to say I was a better pro temp, Stephen bested me on that one. He was very involved in a lot of committees. I've seen his work from sustainability point of view. I'm gonna be honest, a year ago I did not know who Stephen was. Dan told me, I'm bad with people, bad with names, bad with everything honestly. But Dan told me he's a great worker, put him on the Next Gen Advisory Committee, and I did, and I'm so happy for it. Your work there has changed a lot of things, and I hope that you continue to do the work in the next few years too. From that conversation, as much as Nick would like me to talk about bikes, I'm not going to talk about that. So Nick, but I would say this, of all the things that have happened in the legislature, his passion for the Department of Transportation is unmatched, and as much as you can go against his opinions on a lot of things, he's still out there trying to get the conversation about transportation started, having those conversations at the high level, and I do appreciate you for that. From that conversation, I want to go to Miriam's bill from a month ago. I know we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. I know a lot of you disagreed with my veto and said that. I do appreciate your disagreement. It was a veto that I made by a lot of things that I thought were right, and you can disagree with me forever on it, and I would fight my stance on it. But at the end of the day, your work wasn't unnoticed. You did your work, you went to the legislature, and I vetoed it. It stuck it out, but you guys still continued doing the work after it. I've seen the posts on Instagram how you're still trying to find testimonies and work with the Senate, and that work doesn't get unnoticed. So I would definitely say this, I commend you all on all the work that you have done, and I might not be the best supporter of it, or I wasn't, but I do think that you have been showing a great sort of leadership in that area. Thank you for your work. From that, there are a few more. I cannot probably continue the entire state of campus address with that, but I will be sending a thank you letter to each one of the members of the legislature. I firmly believe that the state of campus is the state of the students' mental health, and most of the students at this university thank you for all your work. At least if they don't know it, they are benefiting from it, and for that we owe all of you a huge round of applause. So with that, thank you for coming here today.
I think that we were gonna take the officer's photo now. There is a little rain situation, what? I was thinking we could do it on the steps in front that are facing Stork. How do we feel about that? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, let's all go downstairs then.
What the last two?
How does this work?
Well, watch and see what's about to happen. Can't wait.
Oh, is there a delay?
Oh yeah, that's decent. Steven.
Okay, we have a really long night ahead of us, so let's get
I can get it for her. That's so cute. It is.
Yo, we gotta start moving because we don't have much time. We don't want to be late in the morning, so like we need
Yo, cut.
I'll let you. Yeah.
I got it. We don't have to take it. Our advisor's not here. So.
Nah, it's, the live stream is making sure all our stuff is here.
Is it literally on? That is so funny.
They can't see me. Why can't they see
Oh,
me?
it is paused. It's paused.
No.
No, it's not.
It delayed. There's a delay.
Oh,
I'm changing real quick. I don't know about you.
No, I don't think it was.
Scott, you don't need to change it perfectly just the way you want.
You want the hoodie?
Okay.
Of course I do. Hey.
You will do no such thing. I liked it better. I know I picked what you want from you. Think just 1 second. I'm pretty sure we're in time machine.
Have my sweatpants.
I don't think you. Yeah, I'm gonna say y'all can go get head and get change if you want. Y'all can go get change. Yeah. Actually, Onbus is canceled this year.
Nothing happened. You guys think I would?
No, we're scared.
Yeah, true.
Hey.
Megs.
Yeah.
Okay, this is go get change. Okay.
I don't have gloves. I'm in like a little situation right now.
What? Do you want some? I have really interesting.
I have some cookies. Aiden, do you want a molasses cookie?
No, I'll get them right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with them. Okay.
I'm leaving now, so emotional support hugs.
All live.
Yeah. We'll see on Friday.
where is it? It's right there.
No,
Yeah, we'll find out.
I'll text you.
No. And also, like,
Okay, that's fair.
maybe no one say hi.
Hi. Oh yeah, hey. I'm good. How are you? Obviously, we should have more. Go to your doctor's appointment. Everyone always makes fun of you.
What?
Your wife and culture. A cultural reason. Everyone always comments on it. Yeah. Okay, I will. I will make sure. Oh my god, no, not at all. 2, 5. Yeah, she said bye. Alright, I'll see you now. Well, she said she used to get anything from that strip.
It was kettle corn and Dijon.
Oh my god, Rhea, I like that shirt. That was so loud. I'm so sorry. No, I was talking to Rhea. Oh my god, Rhea, I like that shirt. I always lose my Birkenstocks. I don't know where it went. I have my Birkenstocks. Oh, it's here. It's here. I'm fine. Come in. What happened? I lost my shoe. I know. Oh, you just socks. Oh, he's buying those. Yeah.
Oh my god. I gotta wear my phone.
Oh, you want it?
Oh shit, you want it? I forgot that was there. Oh, you're a lad.
It makes sense.
No, Steve, you're a
Roger
genius.
is Megan's idea.
Well, no, possible.
Should I order them on the screen?
Yeah. They're big. Are they big?
They're medium.
If you need it,
We can. It's a personal piece.
oh, okay.
Yeah. No, my helmet! It broke.
I'm alive.
Oh, Jesus.
Pizza.
I watched Licorice Pizza.
Like what?
Licorice Pizza, the movie that came out.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bad.
That is so funny.
No, only if you watch it at 4 times speed. I will not have my
Yeah, can we watch all of us on 4 times speed?
Hey, we get out of here by
Still by midnight.
midnight, yeah.
Let's do omnibus.
Well, actually, here's the thing with 4 times speed. 2-hour movie, you figure it takes you about half an hour minus credits. Credits are 27 minutes per 2-hour movie. Something is not. Something is not. What?
No, literally.
It's honestly possible. Is this not plugged in? Is this? Where's the? I'm confused. How does this work? What is going? Oh no, no. She's like, where is it? I'm like, what's going on? Right, Daryl finds this. I hope he does.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Mark.
One of them is just weed fire. What is this like? Little Brownie.
I did not take it.
Or not.
My first one. Well, I just reading is never done.
Also, what is dark cherry cola? I want to try it.
It's actually like cherry fruit, but dark.
I heard the inspiration.
Wait, what did you say? It was just because can you say that again? For the record?
I want to be.
These are the hardest water bottles we've ever had.
What? I'm making the pickup
Did you
time.
see his?
7:05.
You got a Zoom bottle too?
Yes.
His phone.
I was with you guys.
Oh, I didn't know you were using it.
They go so hard. I left my college education water bottle
I really like this. Thank you. I love you. I also had a topic that I didn't know about.
No.
Want a pickle?
I should have put on like a t-shirt and the hoodie with a bad start.
No, I'm okay. They're not.
Yes, I cannot wait to debate this. This is a little like adding the heritage. That's the most controversial.
Scott, can you put the agenda up?
What did I do?
We're ready. Please put the agenda up.
Yeah.
After we do that.
Yeah. I can put this up if you want.
No, I'm good. Well, put your credit card up. Look what I also got. Whoa. Pop-Tart bunch. Why are they so fat?
You're actually gonna die. You're gonna keel over in the middle.
Pizza rolls.
I don't know if I want
You want the other?
Yeah. Pizza under my name.
That's not right. That's not right.
Or 710, just in case.
That's under my thing. Come on. I kind of like the number. Do you not like it?
Just like when we get 3 hours of work, I'm
Oh, I want to turn the rest off as it gets later.
Oh.
Well, now it's like turn off.
Well, like, I'm gonna once you get started.
We got a call. We're locked out.
Once you get started.
Thank you, thank you.
Sorry guys, projector's not working.
Stephen, don't make that face.
Sorry.
Is it cheese it?
Yeah, I left it there.
I just moved it over a bit.
I'll go on the water ball.
I actually don't know.
Sorry.
You could laugh, it was really funny.
It was funny. I don't have a
Oh, well,
I don't know. What if I move their chair? It took me so long to do it. Can you just sit down a little and move their chair down?
Such a loose, that was an awesome kid.
My recommendation, so your guys' there we go. Scoot down, move that chair down a little and then move it.
This is how society starts to unravel.
Not dramatic.
Oh, my
It's
God.
not bad.
Go before, we had to leave for a couple minutes until the projector just shut down. So it's just tiny, tiny.
They're all down at the end.
I'll link you
Well,
up.
they'll figure it out. I'm gonna have to move down though.
Anyone on your phone? There's some photos of myself in the group.
What? Yeah, I'm sorry, can you please say that again?
Why?
I didn't understand.
There's several photos of me with you crying in the stars.
What? Oh.
I would like them.
And they're on both my sides. They're surrounding me.
You're lying.
Unless I reach it, I know it's a normal screen on first.
I'm not sure.
I didn't think you liked me. So I thought I wouldn't say it, but then Josh is coming.
I haven't received a message saying you.
I believe you. I thought you didn't like me. You said me. And had you dreams about me?
That was my subconscious.
Well.
Why would I just yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll save it.
You're not gonna do it.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started without the projector. We have a long night ahead of us. Everyone could take their seats, please. Aiden is not taking his seat.
Aiden's a seat away from you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, everything's good down here. We're just like the projector's just locked. Oh. Because we went away for a while.
Okay, there are no student concerns submitted through the form. Are there any in-person student concerns? Any in-person student concerns? No. Okay, so we'll move into roll call. We've already taken roll call. We do have quorum, so I don't have the gavel.
It's in the box.
I got it.
Sorry. I will call the 27th meeting of the 2021-2022 legislative session to order. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move straight into the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion on the minutes? Hearing a motion to approve, are there any objections? Okay, hence the minutes are approved. We will move into the Chief Financial Officer's report. Mr. CFO, will you go ahead, please?
Hi,
It's coming, but everyone has it linked on the agenda, so you can pull it up.
cool. Issue accounts have not changed. If you look at the date, May the 4th, be with you guys. So finance, we did the last time, since we have finished the club sports allocation and club sports have been notified. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the CFO? Okay, thank you. Final.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Final CFO. Okay. Thank you, Shiva. Moving on into speakers time. I don't have anything, but I do want to say a big thank you to everyone for serving in Ledge this year. If you're a director or a different officer, thank you so much. This year has been amazing. I think Kisley said it well, but everyone's done a really good job. All of you have put in time and effort into serving the student body, and that's been really amazing and admirable. And it's really been an honor to be your speaker. So thank you guys so much. Moving on into first reading calendar. We don't have anything on first reading calendar. We'll move to second reading calendar, and we'll start with S22-427A, an act to host a textbook donation drive at the University Library. The primary committee on this bill was Academic Affairs. The director is not present here. Is there anybody that can give the committee report? Okay.
We voted favorably 7-0
Okay, is there a motion on the committee report? Hearing a motion to approve, I'll just do any objections. Okay, seeing none, the committee report is approved. I will go ahead and accept that.
And then I will ask, is the body ready for the main question on this bill?
Yes.
Hearing a yes, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, with a vote of 26 to 0 to 1, this bill passes. Congratulations, UMS rep. Okay, moving on, we have S2254B emergency and act to use SGA surplus funds to finance subsidized metro passes for students interning in Washington, D.C. The bill sponsor is the education representative, and since it was emergency, we didn't get to hear about the bill last week, so I will give you a minute to speak about the bill.
So this bill was brought to my attention by the Director of Student Affairs. It's something that we've been discussing using the SGA surplus funds for, and it's a really great program that the Department of Transportation Services has also been willing to partner with us on. The logic behind it is that, or the math is sort of that it would cost you $8 on average to go to downtown DC from College Park and back, and that a student would go once a week for a 15-week semester. Total cost would be about $120 per student per semester, which equals the $4,900 and $920 fund. And then the idea is that SGA and DOTS will distribute these passes on a first-come, first-served basis. Based on like a 3-tiered system for the number of days a week the student would go to their internship, and they would fill out an application for it. And so basically we're asking for SGA to use the $4,900, $920 surplus money amount to fund it.
Okay, thank you. There was no committee report because the bill was emergency, so I will ask, is the body ready for the main question on this bill? Hearing yeses, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed and abstaining? With a vote of 24 to 0 to 2, this bill passes. Congratulations, Education Representative. Okay, next we have S2254C, emergency, a resolution to support the Department of Transportation's sustainable budget plan. Again, this was emergency, so we did not get to hear about the bill, and I will give the BSOS rep a minute to speak about it.
Sure. So last week, David Allen came here and gave us a presentation on the sustainable budget plan. He said that if his plan goes through and they receive the loan from the university, they could potentially be adding immediately 10 to 12 new buses on their existing routes, depending on what student leaders would like on where the new buses go. They're in the process of hiring and on track to hire 135 new student workers and keep parking permits the same for the next up until fiscal year 28. This bill is simply stating that we support this plan going forward, and in the action plan you'll see we're asking the president to send a letter of support to DOTS, and then the copy of this resolution will also be sent to Dave Allen, and then also the assistant director of DOTS, Valerie.
Okay. There was no committee report because it was emergency, so I will ask, is the body ready for the main question on this bill?
Yes.
Okay. Hearing yeses, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed and abstaining? Okay, with a vote of 24 to 0 to 2, this bill also passes. Congratulations, BSOS rep. Okay, so we have moved on from everything second reading calendar besides the omnibus bill. Just to preface, I'm going to give everyone a rundown of what's about to happen, just to make it clear for everyone. So omnibus is when we consider all the changes that the Committee on Constitution and Bylaws has been making throughout the semester, and we're going to vote on them one by one. There is technically a committee report. It's how CBL voted on that change, but it's not like we consider that committee report approving or denying. It has like you can see how the committee voted, and the parliamentarian, it's a shining day, he gets to give like committee reports basically, but we will not be like, that doesn't determine whether we move forward with the amendment or not. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, yes.
So then do we not do like the motion to
We do not do motion to approve. So the other thing is that we're gonna be, I will look for a motion about moving into a committee of the whole, which means that we will also drop parliamentary procedure. So we'll basically be like doing vote counts and debate and discussion, but not like there won't be like motions or points essentially. Yeah. Okay, any questions about what we're about to do with omnibus? Okay, let's get into it then. I will look for a motion, yeah.
Motion to move into committee of the whole.
I need contingencies on it, so who's speaking and live stream on?
Okay, motion to move into committee of the whole with, I guess live stream would be off, right?
No,
Or live stream would be
live
on,
stream on.
officers are the only people that can speak.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please raise your hands. Are there any questions about that motion? I feel like I see some hesitation.
Question.
Yeah,
With officers, does that include the exec?
yes, that includes exec and directors, yeah. Okay, so all those in favor of that motion, please raise your hands now for me clearly. Okay, so that motion carries. We're gonna move into a committee of the whole, and then officers are the ones speaking, and the live stream will remain on. All right, let's get started. So we are gonna start with the first amendment we have to, well, actually, let's take a look at the bill first. So the omnibus bill, this is it. We're gonna start, sorry. The Constitution, SROs, and accountability handbook have not been changed, correct? Okay. So we're gonna just start off with the bylaws, so that's addendum A. Everyone can open that up. And then we're gonna go in order. So our first thing that we're voting on is the heritage representative, adding that. Any comments about this? We're just gonna, it's committee of the whole, so like, you don't need to make a motion or a point, you can just raise your hand, speak, and then be called on. Okay, so, yes.
Point of information. So does that mean for the rest of any debate, it'll just be like raising our hands?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, well, we can have like an affirmative and negative floor, but like, it's not gonna be like, I see as much time as any consumer, anything like that.
So you don't set a clock or anything?
Do you set
Yeah,
a
so
clock?
like,
We don't set a clock.
well, you can,
Yeah,
like,
but-
this pretty much like uplifts all the standard rules of Robert's rules, with a few exceptions in regards to like voting and whatnot. It allows us to like, and it pretty much is like what's considered like modern rule, right, where it's rather free speak, still with the guidance of the chair.
Yeah. So we'll do, like, we can do general timers for debates, but like, I'm not gonna cut things off unless they get really repetitive. Yeah. Okay, so are we ready to vote on adding the heritage community then?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Yeah, so that's unanimous, we're good, passed. I don't want to do that, yeah. I also don't have it. Yeah, it's fine, it's okay. So we're gonna pass each amendment one by one, and then I'll just comment that it's passed, and then we'll make the change so we can format everything properly later. The other thing with omnibus is that every change needs to pass with 2/3. It's a change to the governing documents. So we need 2/3 of people voting to pass. What that means is that if you abstain, you're not voting. That's abstaining from voting. So it's 2/3 in favor to make a change. Is that clear for everyone? Okay, so the changes here need to be 2/3, and then on the bill itself, it's majority, like a typical bill.
So, sorry, do I start to like 20 or anything?
You're good.
Okay, so if you abstain, then you're just like removed from the voting pool?
Correct.
Okay.
So we'd have to recalculate every time people abstain, essentially. Okay, so Heritage Community is passed. Next amendment, we have apportionment of representation be evaluated annually. We have gotten rid of that, so I'm gonna let the parliamentarian give a committee report on this.
Yeah, so the committee voted rather unanimously. Okay, just for the record, like, you'll see a lot of abstentions. The chair, myself, abstains from every vote. The student body president abstains, and the speaker of the legislature abstains. So don't take that into account when looking upon the report, but we realize this is an ineffective system to actually reapportion seats and leads to problems rather continuously, and there's just a lot of issues with the way that's done. So, also doesn't happen historically. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Voted in favor.
Okay, any questions? Yeah.
So then how would you, instead of this, how do you like
we, of course, would be.
Was there a committee feeling about it?
So yeah, no, this already happens by the Elections Commission. It doesn't happen by CBL is the problem. It's wrong in this document.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we ready to vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Sorry. I have people who aren't voting. Are those, okay. Okay. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, that passes unanimously as well. Okay, next we have legislative leadership may establish a pool of legislative staff, and consequently, we're getting rid of a representative establishing their own office.
So this is already how we did it in practice this year, and the committee realized that it's the right way to do it. The vote was 6-0-3 again. Just for some further clarification, with the way it's currently written, each legislator is able to establish their own office to support them in their efforts, and the committee decided that was stupid and bad. So instead, it's set up by legislative leadership, which is again how we did it in practice this year. The committee thought that was a much more efficient system.
Okay, thank you. Any questions about this one? Ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor? All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, that is another unanimous vote, it appears. I will comment that. Okay, next we have adding the alcohol and substance abuse training to the representative duties. Go ahead.
Somebody on the committee, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, this was required by SORC. So yeah, it was either simple.
Okay. Any questions about this one? All right, all those in favor? I really need everybody paying attention for these and voting, please. Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? Okay, passes unanimously again. Yes. Yeah, I agree. So the next one is student groups recognition training. We are going to come back to this. It's part of a bigger amendment that we're making. And so like this is just kind of like making it consistent with one change we're making, which we'll get to in a second. So next we have fulfill at least one of the following. Go ahead.
So as it was currently written, or as it is currently written, it's just unclear, right? This is more of a clarification thing when you're looking at the requirements to be a legislator and things that need to be done. So this just clarifies that and makes it easier when you're evaluating if legislators have fulfilled their duties when it comes around to election season and everything. Unanimous.
Any questions about this one? All right, all those in favor? All opposed? Was that in favor? Is in favor? Okay. And abstaining? Okay, passes unanimously again. Next we have provide regular, sorry, updates on the legislation's action plan. Go ahead.
So, well, I skipped that one, my bad. Yeah, it's just something we already try to do in practice, right? To give updates on your resolutions, trying to codify it to ensure that people aren't just passing resolutions and then letting them sit with nothing, making sure people are following up on the work. It was unanimous.
Okay. Any questions about this change? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, unanimous again. Next, we have provide written documentation on at least one long-term project that has not led to legislation.
As a legislator, you represent your community in many ways. Some of that is through legislation, some of it is other general advocacy. There's a lot of little things as a representative you can do. That's great, but the alternative to writing a piece of legislation here is a long-term project. So it's not just a little piece of advocacy. While that's important, it's about like a sustained project. The committee's office was a good change and voted unanimously.
Any questions about this change? Yes.
How long is long-term?
From a perspective of the governing documents, it's left ambiguous for a reason. Yeah, I think that would be at the discretion of whoever's evaluating this in the future intentionally.
Any other questions about this change? Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? Abstaining? Great, another unanimous pass. Next we have the student groups change. Do we wanna do this here, or do you wanna go later on?
We can do it here. I think it's.
I think we should wait for
Yeah,
student groups.
yeah, that's right, that's right.
Okay, so next we have getting rid of a representative being a deputy director.
Okay, so, I don't remember what the fourth abstention was, to be honest with you. But the committee voted with the sense of consensus on this. It just makes it so you can't serve as a legislator and a deputy in a committee. Yeah, 6-4, or 6-0-4.
Is that not currently a thing on the?
No, we have legislators who are deputies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other questions about this change?
I guess I could elaborate a little bit more.
Okay.
The reason that, like, a lot of the discussion was around, the idea of, like, uplifting the role of a deputy, right? Like, putting a lot of emphasis on that to where, from a time perspective, if you're being like a really good deputy and like this new standard, not necessarily with the current standard, but creating a new standard for what it means, you don't also have time to be a legislator, where you're focusing on just the committee efforts and it affects all constituencies, not just one in particular.
I'll also add that we're also making another amendment later on today we'll vote on, where we actually define what deputies will work and look like in the future.
Any other questions or comments about this change? Are we ready to vote on this? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, that's a vote of 21 to 4 to 1. It passes, okay. Next we have, we're coming back to this one. We have changing CFO to VP FA. Are we coming back to that?
We can use it because they're all the same. It's just the language change that we changed in the election stock. So we voted on this in the fall with many of us, renaming all instances of the chief financial officer to the vice president of financial affairs, just making consistent with the election stock as we passed it in the fall. All these changes were with the three. Sorry, they were unanimous in regards to the language change. So yeah.
Oh, I know what's happening. Okay. Okay. Any questions about this change? All right. Yes.
Do you mind repeating the last of what you said because I couldn't hear some of the last parts? Go ahead, Mr. Politician.
I can try. So the votes were unanimous on this. It was contingent, or rather not contingent. It was based on the change we made in the election stock back in December during the minibus, which passed, and renaming the CFO to the Vice President of Financial Affairs. So I would recommend that when we vote on this one change, it applies to all instances of renaming the CFO to the Vice President of Financial Affairs, because there are many of them. I think that's effectively what I said.
Any questions about this change? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, another unanimous. So that means that we're gonna make that language consistent everywhere throughout the bylaws. Okay, coming back to student group change.
We can start now.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should have Kisley present the change.
Yeah, I fully agree.
Okay. Kisley?
I'm withdrawing the change. It's clear.
What did you say?
I'm withdrawing the change.
Okay. So, the amendment was officially made by Nick. Do you want to keep it?
Yes,
Would you like to,
I would like to keep it.
you would like to keep it?
I want to keep this amendment.
I would like to take a stance against it.
Okay, well, Nick, can you explain the amendment first?
Wait, because can you repeat what you said, please?
I would like to take a stance against it.
So effectively, we were discussing the student groups change inside of CBL, and the reason that we wanted to do this was because we felt like it would kind of re-empt the purpose of the student groups committee, and assign individual legislators, student groups of their constituency. Obviously that raises the question of what happens if you're A, a residential rep, or B, somebody like me who only really has one or two clubs in your college. But the discussion was it allows for easier community cooperation between ledge and student groups, and it also allows for SGA advocacy to be spread throughout the campus through a different lens. And it also completely reorients the purpose of the student groups committee.
Any questions about this change? This is a big one. Yes, Harris.
If we were to do this, would that mean that every legislator would have to attend student groups committee, or will there be no committee?
They would not be forced to attend. They would not be forced.
Engineer.
What does this mean in terms of the legislators' responsibilities?
They would effectively make sure that the student groups are keeping up to par with the standards that we set for student group recognition.
So we're not.
From my understanding of what was proposed during CBL, which was proposed by the student body president, but now the education rep is proposing it, is that it would be adding the duties to the representative duties of maintaining a certain amount of student groups to maintain their recognition. So like ensuring that they are fitting within like SGA guidelines for SGA recognition, and then like recognizing them when the time comes every semester. Yeah. RQ rep.
Would it still be a closed committee?
I do not know. I believe the committee proper would still be closed, yes.
Well, so we just
Or
said that
semi-closed.
they wouldn't be forced to attend committee, so this wouldn't be a change to the committee.
Yeah, so it would not be changing.
Right, unless you want to, yes, Southgate Congress.
So education rep mentioned this for everyone's college, but for non-academic reps, how would this work?
The speaker pro temp, I believe, was mentioned to be put in charge of it, but I believe it's at the discretion of the speaker, right?
So right now, as you can see, we have it listed under the duties of the Speaker Pro Tempore, to collaborate with the chair of the Student Groups Committee to assign the total number of student groups per legislator to ensure the recognition of student groups.
And with that, from like discussions in the committee, it obviously won't work out to where like the education reps will get all the, the engineering reps will get all the engineering. There's, I think different constituencies that too many clubs, and then the other way around, so like, like the ideal way to do it, right, one's based on your constituency, but it'll just kind of fall wherever they fall.
Yeah, very good.
So is there a cap on how many groups that a single legislator would be responsible for making communication with?
10.
10?
The number was, the number
That's
was.
what they put in, yeah.
The number will fluctuate depending on how many groups exist.
Yeah, I'm just looking for like the top number.
So, everything now?
Yeah, are there any other questions about this change and what it means? Okay, so I'm assuming we're ready to debate on it. We can just do like, we don't need a timer. Just go ahead with the affirmative floor. Nick, do you want to speak, or do you want to wait for Kasai to speak?
I'm gonna wait for.
Okay,
somebody first.
go ahead.
I discussed with the SARC employees, including Olga and Joe. And basically, it's unfeasible for us to do it mostly because of a few reasons. The process that is established already has legislators, already has legislators in the committee, and the committee is already notified using the student groups advisor. If you move that check there, okay, so okay. The way student groups process works, there's a preliminary check that the student groups committee makes. That's not the entire discussion about recognition. There's a recognition discussion that happens above you guys in the CERT, at the CERT level. It's easier to communicate with 6 to 7 kids in a single room than discuss with all of you one by one whether you want to recognize the group or not for CERT employees. And they're paid and they've been doing it for a long time, so I would respect their experience and opinions.
Go ahead, you want to do it?
Does anybody want to speak on the affirmative right now? So I am fine with pulling this with that knowledge. I did not know the student body president had consulted with Joe, and the other SWORD employees. My only question would be is, does this help remedy many, like, are there any other changes we would make that would help remedy any of the issues that we've addressed in student groups this year?
Well, hopefully before the end of the omnibus there was
Can you repeat yourself? I'm sorry.
hopefully before the end of the omnibus meeting there will be more amendments made.
Okay, that's fine.
Is there a way to get the student body president on my friend? I feel like he's very good to talk about it.
Okay, with that, Madam Speaker,
Yeah.
with that, I would yield the remainder of my time, but obviously.
Okay, so nobody's speaking on the affirmative of this. Kisai, do you have anything else to say, like on the negative of this change?
No. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay. Are you pulling the amendment, or are you just yielding your time?
I'm pulling you.
Oh, okay. So can you get rid of all the,
Yeah, I got it.
Substitute.
Uh,
Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian.
all right, next up we have adding in a timely manner, and deleting, by the third calendar week of the semester and after the first look fair in the fall semester, and after the second look fair in the spring semester. We're in subsection C on page 9, if anyone is confused as to where we are. Does everyone see what I'm talking about? Yes? Everyone sees what I'm talking about? Okay, great. Are there any questions about, or, Scott, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so this amendment was made and voted on this way because it's just kind of absurd in the way it's currently written. It doesn't allow for much flexibility in the role of R&R and like, you know, the recruitment process. It gives very, very rigid guidelines on the beginning of recruitment, and this just doesn't work that way in practice. I'd be more than willing to let the R&R speak on this if she was willing, or if Heather would say, but I don't know if I didn't do a good job or not.
No, you did a good job. That pretty much covered it. It's just a little bit rigid, especially with the spring semester, which is what I was doing. The second fair was online and got pushed back. It's not super, it just doesn't really work this way in practice, so it's easier to just change it in a timely manner.
Any questions about this change? Yeah.
So in a timely manner, does that mean that it could potentially be like only like a couple meetings to the end and then someone be appointed, or like how would you define in a timely manner, or is that just at the discretion of R&R?
Yeah.
The vagueness is to allow for flexibility, right? So I think like, if it should, let's say in practice, I can imagine this working as like, let's say we have an open engineering seat. I'm sure there's plenty of engineering students that would love to fill that seat, but there was never any work done to do that until the last week of the semester. I imagine that would not be considered in a timely manner when doing the progress report, right? That being said, see, we don't have a letter count up right now, right? And I know that's not at all from the lack of the R&R trying to get a letter count. There's been many attempts, to get a letter count rep. It just doesn't work, right? So like, that allows for the flexibility in a situation where it's just not always feasible.
Okay, any other questions about this change yet? Public policy rep?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Apologize for the late missing the photo. But so in a timely manner, so are you saying to assume that can we write in what timely manner is defined as? Not necessarily putting it in terms of a calendar, day, or time, but saying a timely manner includes the time necessary for legislators to be able to fulfill their requirements. So for example, they would need time to be at least be able to pass 2 bills, which would mean probably 3 weeks before the end of the last SGA meeting. Does that make sense?
I know what the amendment is saying. This is about when they're appointed, not when they have to fulfill their duties by.
But I'm saying that it wouldn't make sense to appoint a legislator if they were then also not able to do their duties. So shouldn't we define?
Just to clarify, we do that. We do appoint legislators who aren't able to fulfill a bill requirement. And then we waive them of it because they were appointed too late in the semester. So, do you want to speak on what the change's intent was? Okay.
Well, it wasn't my change, but I would say the change Magna made was pretty good. It's, okay, I've discussed this at length with the CBL committee. The bylaws are supposed to be the outline of your job. They're not supposed to be the complete extent of it. They're not supposed to be the basic limit of it. So what that means is that you're not supposed to do just enough to meet the bylaws. You're not supposed to just do anything that is all in bylaws. Your job is to go above and beyond bylaws. Those are the minimums. When we're talking about in a timely manner, there is a discretion that is given to a person who you guys elect, such as the R&R or the speaker, or basically the entire interview board, because of their roles. You would be giving them the discretion to make sure that they follow the guidelines and make sure that they follow a timely manner. By that they mean is they make sure essentially that there is someone in these seats at the right time, because at the end of the day there are so many issues that happen at the last moment. Like I've served in legislature for about 2.5 years. Before things happened last minute, like COVID happened. No first affair happened after that, so I advertise personally to people, had to go to people and like set up Zoom calls to ask them to apply and all that stuff. So just taking away that option of flexibility from them, that is something that will hurt the organization's efficiency in the long term.
Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
Okay, you can ask it differently, you can ask again.
Sure. So rephrasing. Is the change intended basically to take away a hard deadline and allow more flexibility? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Not even a deadline, it's just allowing us to appoint people earlier is the bigger thing. We're doing interviews all throughout winter break, and we're ready to go appoint them the first GBM after winter break. Right now, we can't appoint them until after like 3 or 4 weeks into the semester. So unfair, people that interviewed like in December has to wait until far into February to even be serving, even though we know that we're gonna appoint them, you know what I mean?
Okay. I didn't read it that way. That makes
Yeah,
far more sense.
that was the bigger problem. It's more to appoint them earlier, not later.
Any other questions about this change? We ready to vote on it? Okay, all those in favor? Please raise your hands clearly for me.
I will have to vote this time, yeah. I remember because I looked down.
Wait. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just, no, you're fine, you're fine. Okay. That's also unanimous, passed.
Point of information.
Yes.
After that.
We don't need points, we're in a committee of the whole, but go ahead.
I missed the stuff. Would that mean that, for example, you could appoint someone hypothetically that had never been to a senior SGA meeting?
But that happens
Yes,
already.
that is what already occurs.
But being an SGA doesn't require you to be able to function in SGA. You get trained after you get appointed to SGA. Taking away the option for someone who's not already in SGA to be in SGA, that's, in my opinion, is exclusive.
Well, I meant in the sense that, for example, if you were wanting to run for election, you have to attend the meeting. So I would assume somewhere through the interview
Well,
process.
there is a reason behind it, because you are not able to train the election people. Because if you don't make the election people attend the meeting, once they get appointed, there is no time to train them, and who gets to train them? Because the old administration is out, and the administration is coming in. This is their training to show up to GBMs. But for the appointed people, there are people already in leadership trying to train them.
Yeah. Okay. Next change is alcohol substance training, which we already added, so it's consistency. Moving on, we have adding executive to the name vice president.
All right, so this is just like the Vice President of Financial Affairs change. We passed this in minibus when we changed the names of the Vice President and the CFO. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, any questions about this change? Yeah, I'm just gonna do any objections. Okay.
Why not?
Did you want to debate on this?
I can explain the reason.
Yeah,
Okay.
explain, and then also explain why not executive vice president.
Let me explain everything. Okay, Chief Financial Officer. We have a Chief Financial Officer, the university has a Chief Financial Officer, almost all departments have a Chief Financial Officer. It confuses the student groups in figuring out which Chief Financial Officer they have to go to, which is a big issue for SARG and Shiva to deal with. So Val, who is the business manager of SARG, asked me, can we go back to a system where students know which student to approach to ask for their money, not just go to random departments. Hence the Vice President of Financial Affairs change. The Executive Vice President change follows that one, because if you have a Vice President of Financial Affairs, what's the difference between just a Vice President and a Vice President of Financial Affairs? Well, the Executive Vice President is the Executive Vice President. Basically, they make sure that they run the internal administration of SGA, while the student body president serves as the external person. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions about this change? I'm gonna do vote counts actually, because I think it's confusing to do no objections right now. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, another unanimous pass. I skipped one, so I'm gonna move. Oh, sorry, I had one against, thank you.
So we already voted.
Yeah, but we need to switch executive, right? We're going back up. I skipped one. Above alcohol and substance training, we have to coordinate with the student body president, CFO, parliamentarian speaker to organize training sessions for representatives, getting rid of newly appointed.
Which page is that on?
It is on page 9.
Thank you.
So this change passed unanimously. We had an extra person attending committee this week. So we had 7 in favor. It was, like the idea of newly appointed could really rule out people. It just doesn't make sense. All of the legislators need to go through this training at the beginning of the year or whenever the training does happen. So yeah, that's it.
Any questions about this change?
It's also already how we do this, for the record.
Ready to vote on this? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands for me. Okay, all opposed? Abstaining? Okay, another unanimous.
Your choice is to.
The next change, we are on page 11, adding an ROTC liaison to subsection C, Office of the President.
So the general idea with the Office of the President is to address issues that cannot necessarily be addressed directly in the legislature. Really, just to do whatever the President wants. Some of these positions that are already outlined are for things that are like if you just look at these, they just need to be needed, right? There were a lot of conversations about having an ROTC representative in the body, but this was the compromise we came to as a committee. Have an ROTC liaison in Office of the President. Yeah, this is favorable.
Any questions about this change? Are we ready to vote on it? Okay, everyone in favor, please raise your hands. I need to see the clear hands raised, please. All opposed? Abstaining? Okay, passes.
I do have a question on the subsection. Why is RHA versus Senate not separated?
Because we have a shared governance liaison. They work in all the shared governance structures that we have. RHA not exactly shared, but governance.
Okay, moving on from that. We're going to page 12, getting rid of the Director of Health and Wellness to the Campus Recreation Advisory Board. They are connected to also removing the Director of Student Groups from STAMP Advisory Board, and removing Director of Sustainability from Sustainability Council, as well as Director of Academic Affairs and Student Affairs from the Senate committees. And they're all connected, like removing essentially directors from various boards and committees across campus.
So, in practice, the student body president is the one who's supposed to appoint the committees in accordance with the MOUs signed with these various groups. This is just not how it works. Student body president, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you would encourage people to appoint these same people just because it's logical, but it can't necessarily be solidified.
It's logical for some, it's not logical for all. There is no relation of a director of student group to sit on STAMP advisory. Like STAMP advisory board doesn't deal with student groups recognition or anything related to student groups. Yes, by that logic, every group that serves at the university departmental level will have some kind of an oversight to the things SGA does, but it's not a connection to be made. The bigger point here was that what it mentions is that you have to appoint a director. It's not possible. Just to make it clear, at the university bylaws and the student affairs bylaws, not bylaws, they're rules, documents and all those stuff, or MOUs that they make with us, they all just have the student body president's name and the SGA's name as a big organization. They don't have specific people which exist in SGA. There's a good reason behind it, because we keep changing them at all times, so they only want to make sure that the one person who's never changed and the one organization which is not changed is there. So these are basically in contention with everything that we sign. So, and I don't want to get into the murky territory of legal.
Any other questions about this change? Yes, go ahead.
Great day.
Yes.
So
I'm having one too.
love to hear it. So you essentially deem the, for example, the director of student engagement, director of second conduct prevention, that they have enough to do with those areas that it makes sense to automatically appoint them, but other places such as health and wellness don't have necessarily automatic place.
I think that was just a mishap, all of them combined.
So you
Oh, wait,
said-
sorry, director of civic engagement is put on Turks Court Coalition. Director of SMP, gotta check that, but I don't think they're directly put on the MOU. But, yeah, we can fix that one, but director of civic engagement is the big one that I know. They have to check Turks Court Coalition, because Turks Court is not exactly, the coalition has nothing specific about it.
So can we, I mean, do we wanna effectively consider this change as if it's not listed in the MOU, we're getting rid of it?
Yeah, well, even if you have it in there, it just makes our documents illegal, because it's not in comparison. Like, because a higher document is against this one, like,
Right.
the precedence goes here.
But I think Megan's point is though, if you, so you're saying you're not sure if some of these are non MOU, or you're sure that all of them are marked? It's like you're not sure if.
It doesn't hurt regardless to remove it, because it's not like precedent is just gonna be not choosing the director by some video service timeline board. If it's, if that is the most logical choice to make. Or like, director of sustainability council, that is the most logical choice to make for any precedent. I would say if you have so many people vote for the guy, maybe just trust in the judgment.
Okay, are we ready to vote for this change? Yeah, okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Abstaining? Yeah, okay, so that passes. So we will be like getting rid of the ones that are not listed in the MOU. Are you checking on SAPs?
Yes,
Yes. I'm,
I can check on it.
Okay.
It's actually.
okay, so for now, we're gonna consider, I'm just gonna comment on the 7 to 0 to 3 one that you commented, okay.
Sorry, what is an MOU?
Memorandum of Understanding.
These are legal documents that the student body president signs with departments on various issues to conform to an agreement in written.
Okay.
New every year, or?
Some of them are, some of them are not, depending on how the agreements are made. They're not, there's not one, there are like hundreds that exist. Let me give an example that there is an MOU that exists with the health center to provide funding for their mental health first aid training for $10,000, and that is made for a 2-year period. So that MOU expires in 2 years. There's an MOU that is made for campus pantry and funding for the new kitchen and for people to support it. That MOU expires in 4 years. There is an MOU which is made with stamp for the location here to get for free. That expires every 5 years, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 years, and we renew it every 5 years. So these are MOUs.
So essentially, memorandum written by the head of the department is agreed on by you, not so happy to be on by you, but out on, that can supersede our, I guess.
Yes, well, not super CR bylaws, but like, those are legal documents, those were agreed after much negotiations. If they don't reflect what the bylaws say, the bylaws would not have to be followed, those documents would have to be followed, because those documents actually were made by an authority higher than the SG's authority of the bylaws.
So hypothetically then, if an MOU were to expire, say, this summer, and these bylaws are implemented next year, hypothetically.
Would you like to repeat that, please?
If an MOU, if say the MOU that says Director of Academic Affairs, this is not the university, expires with the summer. Could this then be rewritten later this fall to reflect that change?
Well, any change can be added back, but if you add it back, the president, whoever the next president is, should argue against it, because and our bylaws are again in contention with other university documents. Okay, let me explain this. In the university bylaws, there is a specific statement saying the student body president appoints a member on the education affairs committee, a member on the campus affairs committee, and a member on one more committee, student affairs committee. There are 3 committees in Senate that I have to appoint. It doesn't say that you have to appoint the director of academic affairs. Now, the bylaws are going much more in depth, but they're also simultaneously going against that, against the MOUs that we have signed or the university bylaws that exist right now. Because I didn't appoint, student affairs committee, I didn't appoint my director of student affairs on it, because I had my director of student affairs changed like 3 times. So I appointed my chief of staff instead, because I would like consistency. Depending on efficiency of the organization, I would choose other people who would work better in that role.
Wouldn't you argue though that since these MOUs are expiring and changing, that you are appointing someone to your director of academic affairs, even though they would then be appointed to this committee? So therefore you're appointing to the committee.
No, that's not, okay. That's what I'm trying to like remove. Like, just because they're director of student affairs, they shouldn't be sitting on student affairs committee. There could be someone more valuable, or there could be someone more knowledgeable about something particular which is happening in student affairs committee. We need that flexibility for discussions. Okay, let me give you an example. There's a university finance committee, okay, in the Senate that was discussing student fees. By logic, I should be appointing a student fee coordinator there, but student fee coordinator didn't sit in the president's cabinet with us discussing student fees. I was there, so I by default had more knowledge about the topic. So it's much better for the student body to be sending someone who actually knows the topic and debate it and actually have some kind of conclusion come from it than someone else who, sure, the title is the best, but they are not aware of everything.
So I sort of understand what you're saying, but I still think, wouldn't you still though want to incentivize the director of academic affairs to be the person that knows the most about academic affairs? Therefore, they should also be the person that
But what you need to understand, that's just not true by default. Like, director of academic affairs is still a director position. They don't meet with the president of the university. Even the provost doesn't know everything about the university's academic affairs. The presidents have some discretion over decisions that they will be making. And that is the same discussion I would like in the SGA. Just like the university president does for their administration. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so the change passed. Okay. I'm gonna start chairing a little bit more like where I'm actually gonna chair now. Instead of just having a conversation, because I actually want to be clear with what we're talking about, and then having these conversations before. I was doing a pretty casual committee of the whole, but I think if we're having these kind of difficult, more like in-depth conversations, then I think we need to actually have a little bit more structure. So our next change is adding in spring commencement speaker to the student body president's things he serves on.
I would encourage the student body president to speak on this because I don't. Oh yeah, the committee voted in favor based on the student body president's explanation. I just don't think I'm most qualified to re-explain his explanation. I will miss my points.
Don't waste time here for you. To put it simply, there used to be 2 commencements, the winter commencement and the summer commencement. The winter commencement speaker used to be the GSG president, and the spring commencement speaker used to be the SGA president. Considering we moved to a single commencement procedure, the new MOUs were signed, and that's always going to be the SGA president from here on. Putting it in the bylaws is to just reflect that job of the president.
Okay. Are there any questions about this change? Yes.
Why don't we just get
Oh, okay, sorry. Public policy rep, go ahead.
Could we not just get rid of this brand?
Yeah, fine by me.
Okay. Do you want to change that then? I can change it.
Just don't accept my spring, except my commencement speaker.
Okay, argue rep, you have a question?
Does that mean there's no longer going to be a campus for another commencement speaker for the student body?
There always is one, but, okay, let me explain. There is always a commencement speaker search. That commencement speaker search is done for the student body, and then the president gets it. So there are two student speakers that exist for graduation ceremonies. The student body president serves as the one by default, and the other one is found. And the committee that finds the speaker, I also serve on to choose that person. So, like, there will always be 2, but the other one is found by whoever is the more, there are some criteria that are listed, and the president is by default one.
Okay, any other questions about this change? Okay, are we ready to vote on it? Yeah, okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, that passes.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Just a quick announcement, we will not be verifying the election results tonight. There is a violation complaint that we'll be debating, so you will be hearing the results tomorrow.
Thank you for the announcement. Okay, thank you. Next up, we have under the student body president's responsibilities still, we have R, approve SGA's social media graphics in conjunction and work with the Director of Communications and Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I would recommend we reword this slightly. It grammatically doesn't make sense. In conjunction and work with. If the person who made the change could change that, that would be great. Education, right?
Oh, sorry.
It says in conjunction and work with. If we could just change that wording, and I'll let Scott explain what the committee felt about this.
Yeah, so we passed this unanimously. After discussing this for quite some time, we figured out this was the best setup out of the people that should be involved, stakeholders in this, right? It's not necessarily creating or anything, it's just final oversee before things are released. Yeah, the committee voted favorably unanimously.
Okay. Are there any questions about this change? Okay. Are you ready to vote on it? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Abstaining? Okay, this also passes. Technical, we already passed executive vice president. We already passed executive vice president. Ready? Speaker change? So, sorry to interrupt you. This is something that we skipped over before. We're coming back to because we wanted the student body president to be here. I will be stepping down for this conversation so that I can debate on it. The speaker president will be sharing.
Oh, actually, I'll let Scott explain first.
Yeah, so this change is to remove the Speaker of the Legislature as a role in the organization and send the duty to the Executive Vice President. So that's, we're really just almost, there's a few things that go to the Speaker Pro Tem for, but in general, the roles of the Speaker would go to the Executive Vice President. They have the right continuously to step down as chair and let the Pro Tem step up, just like with the U.S. Senate, the way the Vice President is the automatic chair. And yeah, members of the committee who are tied on this 3-3, and then in that case, the chair is supposed to break the tie. That being said, I don't personally think, in my opinion, it's the
vote changed.
Huh?
The engineering group changed their vote.
In which direction?
I'm in favor of removing the speakership.
Right. So then the final report here would be 4-2-3. And so the committee voted in favor of it? Yeah. That's that. I'd be willing to answer any questions about the change itself to the best of my ability, and those that I cannot answer, I will defer.
Okay, for this debate, I'm gonna kind of make this a little bit more strict than what we've been doing under committee of the whole, just to make this a little more formalized because it's a big amendment. So right now, we're gonna start with just quick questions about what this is, and I'll direct them to whoever I see best fit for the question, and then we're gonna bring up a chess clock if you want to get that ready, and we'll do a more formal debate. We don't need to do with all the SET or whatever, but we will be doing an affirmative -4 with an actual debate clock.
I think this would be helpful, prefacing it before everything starts. Happy to withdraw the change, just want to see the discussion at this point.
Perfect. So we'll start with questions. So yeah, Varsity Manager.
Can I hear your thoughts on why this change was made?
Yes. Well, thoughts on them. Starting from the consistency conversation in most of the Big Ten institutions that we work with and all USM institutions that we work with have a vice president, have their vice president as the chair of the legislative body. First being that the vice president is elected by the student body and they should be chairing the people who are elected by the regions of the student body. That is the first point. Second point is we currently pay a speaker, and as much as I trust the judgment of the speaker, I don't think that the university student body has agreed to pay the speaker considering they haven't voted them in. If you would like to pay someone, I would assume that if you would like to pay someone from all students money, they should be voted by all students. They should be voted in by all students. So that's my second reason. My third reason, in terms of efficiency purposes, as you guys heard me say in the state of campus address and everything, I appreciate the legislature's opinions, but a lot of times my conversations with admin makes me take a stance somewhat differently from both the legislature and from admin, because you guys have an ask. Admin has this much to offer. I have to negotiate it to get somewhere in the middle, and that is mostly my job. But when I'm communicating with legislature, and this is not to direct to one person or the other, but when you're communicating with legislature, with the legislative head who you don't have any working relationship with already, because it could be voted anyone by a legislature, it's really hard to have that conversation. If they are voted in by the student body, they generally run with the same ticket. There's some kind of relationship built already. That is not a big point in favor of this debate, but that is a big point in favor of practicality of situations for us. At a lot of times, just because of my stance and what the legislature passed, Magna has to stand against my opinions. But said that, that is not what I can get you guys. As much as I would like to get you guys what you want, there are times where I have to go, sure, the legislature asks this and you're trying to give this, but I'm happy to come somewhere in the middle. And this is just the hard reality of my job. I cannot fix that, but what I can fix is more so a effective communication. Because I don't enjoy pissing you guys off every other GBM, but it just ends up being my job every GBM to do that. Yeah, so that is one big reason. Another big reason for this was, well, there is a conversation about ethics and accountability. 2 years ago, there was a speaker of the legislature, and there was an impeachment trial started against him. I would like to say that I don't believe that the speaker was guilty or anything like that, but that's my personal opinion. But said that, there was no way to move forward with that appeal or with that process, mostly because the speaker served in all three branches. They had friends in all three branches, because the speaker serves as the chair of ethics, the speaker serves as the chair of legislature, the speaker serves on the executive branch. The speaker appoints the parliamentarian. It made it such a big conflict of interest to make that discussion happen at the ethics level, because how can ethics debate their chair and the parliamentarian chair that meeting, considering that parliamentarian was chosen by the speaker? So the parliamentarian decided not to chair that meeting because they were like, I'm friends with the speaker chose me to serve in my role. So they didn't decide to chair it. At that point we were in a limbo, who chairs this meeting? Like, does the ethics even meet? So like all that conversation. Because of that, and that is, so when I'm trying to put all the things that speaker does into executive vice president, I am not putting ethics in executive vice president's job. I'm putting ethics to be chaired by speaker pro tem and coordinator of R&R to make 3 appointments on ethics for the legislature side. So that is my big reasoning about it.
Something to comment, Joe?
So the parliamentarian mentioned that some of the speakers will be called to speak with them for. Would you be able to explain what those might be?
No, just like in you.
Not here, but again, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You got it.
So I was just asking, what would the new speaker pro tempor's responsibility be from the old speakers? Like how would that change? Do you want me to reword that?
I basically just wondering which parts of the speaker's role is going to be done by the president. Okay.
I just need like 2 seconds to get the coherent answer on that. Okay, the speaker pro tem and speaker's job is different by default. The speaker's job, and nominating at Stephen is much harder. It's specifically harder mostly because they have to be the bad guy. They have to be the bad guy inside the SGA. They have to be the person going, you're not doing your job, get your shit done, like get everything fixed. You have to compete with everyone else. Not the best language, not compete, but you have to like keep up with everyone else who's doing initiatives, who's focusing their efforts on the student body. You're here to represent people, you cannot just not do that. So it is the job of the speaker. What I want to take away by that, like when I gave the option for the speaker pro temp to chair the meetings and the executive vice president to not, the reason I gave that option away was that the speaker pro temp chairs the meeting, sure, you enjoy the meeting, you have everything done, but the speaker pro temp is not the bad person anymore. You would, let's say there are 5 people on SGA legislature who have an ethics complaint against them. Sure, the complaint goes through, blah, 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 they have some kind of violation against them, and those get carried out. As much as we want to say that they won't hate the people who are leading the committee, they would hate the people who are leading the committee because they don't get to meet the members of ethics, they only get to meet the chair of ethics, that's the speaker. And a lot of people don't enjoy working with the people who gave them violations. At least I have noticed that in my time as speaker and my time before that. So let's say if I have a violation against me and Stephen did it to me, well he didn't do it to me, he worked with ethics committee came to a decision, but I would have some kind of a bias against Stephen because I only saw Stephen in that entire conversation. This splits that bias. The vice president is the person making the big calls like, you are not doing your job, get started, keep on working, make sure that you are make sure that you're representing your student body, and the speaker pro temp chairs the SGA legislature so the work goes on without any issues. This method works. The reason we know it works in RNG. The reason we know it works in 9 out of 12 Big 10 institutions, and 9 out of 12, the other 2 don't have like a big large body anyway. 9 out of 12, and the 3 which don't, all of our presidents sat together and we decided that we'll be moving to like we will be changing our bylaws to make the vice president the direct head. This is one of the results of that conversation as well.
Alright, other questions? Education
For the sake of clarification, can you please go over what happens if there's an ethics case that involves the vice president and whether or not the parliamentarian will be chairing the committee?
Parliamentarian can chair the committee, it's completely fine because the parliamentarian is not appointed by the vice president anymore. And I would suggest that the parliamentarian's appointment will go between president and speaker pro temp.
Yeah, that was gonna be my follow-up question, is under the system, the parliamentarian appointment be
Yes.
coming from the president?
Other questions? Okay, I'm gonna ask that we go into debate on this. We don't need like floors and supporting them, but we're just gonna go affirmative and negative floors. So anyone like to speak on the affirmative? Alright, we'll start with education, right?
Okay, so I've thought a lot about whether or not I would support this. I've come to the conclusion that I think that the system is the best for what we want to do with the student body and our organization. And I say this for multiple reasons. One, we already heard the argument about efficiency. I think that this solves a lot of the conflicts that we have about external versus internal management inside of the executive and legislative branches. Two, I think it also solves the issue of whenever we had this discussion in CBL, it was mentioned a lot about how our SGA is largely viewed as a trailblazer, and yet we do not have this system in place. And it does not make sense to me why we do not. Because I think that when we're specifically discussing the speaker's role in terms of honoraria, which we will discuss later on in this omnibus, which we also discussed in CBL, we have to talk about the issue of using student fees, which is that obviously you can have somebody serving as speaker. Obviously, in Megan's case, AG&R rep, true speaker. But the speaker was not elected by the student body and can use student fees. The speaker was elected by that constituency, and that constituency was then elevated to speaker. So the person who is speaker, who has control over student fees, yes, because
Oh, you finish after
well,
that.
the person in charge of student fees is theoretically elected by one constituency. You could have a small constituency like the Leonardtown rep, you know, which is a constituency where maybe in an election you'll get 30 votes, 30, 40 votes. that person that can become speaker and then have control over student fees. Whereas vice president is directly elected by the student body and can use the student fees, which as we've seen this year is a massive part of the debate in the legislative process. And that is what turned me. And I said in CBL, is if anyone could disprove that, I would switch my vote. And none of the arguments I heard against it did. And that is the one angle that I argued this from, was the student fees point. So.
Wait, are you wishing to debate on the affirmative, or do you have a question?
Affirmative debate.
Okay, they have a question.
When you say like speaker being in charge of student fees, what do you mean by that?
Sorry, specifically I was referring to the discussion about honoraria. That was my bad.
I think you might want to report it.
Okay.
Getting money.
Yeah.
Getting money from student fees. That is what I meant. I'm sorry. Money from student fees that we all pay into, elected by a smaller constituency instead of by the entire student body. That is what I meant. Obviously.
What's your point of clarification?
Yeah.
I think he cleared it, but I was saying, you're saying that the speaker is in charge of their own honorarium, therefore they should.
No. This had nothing to do with ethics. I was specifically talking about like the morals of if the speaker is getting honoraria, which comes from student fees, if they're not elected by the entire student body, the other two positions that currently get honoraria as it stands are student body president and vice president of financial affairs. So theoretically you have a position getting honoraria that is elected by a constituency that is elected by a legislator to serve as head of ledge.
I think what he wants to simply say, when you take honoraria, you don't take it from a constituency, you take it from all students' pockets. Let's say all the money that I got this year came from all the students. Doesn't matter whether they were engineering students or whatever, like elegant students, technical students, doesn't matter which student they were. But speaker is only elected by one particular constituency. Why should the entire student body should have a say in choosing that speaker and pay for that person?
I yield the remainder of my time.
You don't need your time.
I would like that time, sorry.
You can.
Okay, there's the one more condition that I completely forgot to add was when you elect a speaker, you make sure that one constituency which elected a student to represent them doesn't have that representative anymore, because they have to abstain, they have to be impartial, and they cannot exactly debate on any of those fronts. So in the case of VP being that person, you can at any time when, let's say, Speaker pro temp's conversation ends up being the if at any point Speaker pro tem wants to defend their own constituency, they can step down and defend their constituency while VP chairs, because VP doesn't have a specific constituency to represent. They represent the entire student body. So that is another point in the benefit of this idea.
Would anyone else like to speak affirmatively? Okay, we'll come back to the affirmative floor later on, but we'll now move. Would anyone speak on the negative floor? Public policy out before you guys starts.
I seek to yield first.
You don't need to do that. You can start, just talk.
So, while they aren't elected, while I understand they aren't directly elected by the entire student body, since they are elected by members that are also voted in by the student body, aren't they still technically elected by the entire student body, not in direct democracy, but as a Republican?
Is that a question? Are you asking? Because you said.
You're debating right now.
Oh no, I was looking at.
Okay,
it
I guess.
A rhetorical question.
Can you pause the timer? Yeah, if you want to answer that.
Clarification question answered. Why do indirect democracy when you can do that?
Okay.
There's a lot.
We did continue debating on the negative.
Am I answering this question or am I?
Well, I thought you gave me a question.
I didn't give him a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can keep talking like that later.
Yeah, so I think, in circling around, I don't think that we should, that should be a reason to get rid of this position, because, as I was saying, they're still elected, through a public system by the majority of students. In addition to that, I think in a student government where we seek to have some semblance, or seek to have some separation of power, I don't necessarily think there has to be, of course there should be, effective communication between president and the speaker of the legislature, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be best friends. And I think it can still be effective in professional communication between these two people without them say, running for office together. And it's in actual real life American government, there are times when the speaker is not always the same party as the executive branch. I think if anything that empowers our legislature more to find better compromises if the speaker does not also always agree with everything. Speaking as someone myself who, as we'll see, usually does not all agree with the entire body. And I think it's worthwhile having that debate in student government through someone that's elected as I yield my time to
You don't need to yield on this call on people. Are you wishing to debate or are you responding to a question or?
Why aren't there affirmative and negative sides? Why are we not just?
Cause I want to see a little bit more formal of a debate for this because it's a larger amendment.
No, but it helps to be committee of the whole so that I can debate the points right after they make it, so people can see both sides. Right now, for 5 minutes, they will hear one side and 5 minutes on the other side. I would suggest going back to committee of the whole. That's why that.
Oh, we're still in the committee of the whole.
I would suggest going back to normal.
Alright, I'll take an informal vote then on what y'all prefer. Would you prefer this style of letting they go speak for a while and then go back to affirmative, or would you go just anyone speak whenever? Raise your hand if you would like to go back to just anyone speaking. Okay, and then raise your hand if you like the style you've been doing. Okay. That's pretty split.
That was 6 people.
Is one side talking, I forget what it was.
Okay.
That was not split.
Okay, then we can go to responding to direct points. But I would like to see multiple people speaking on this. I would not like to see the same people repeat themselves over and over again. I'll let the supervisor president respond to your point, and then we'll go to the audio rep.
Okay. Well, you made quite a few points in there. The first point being that indirect democracy versus direct democracy, and the idea of having a speaker who stands against the president to have a balance of power. The president election doesn't mean that vice president has to be elected with the president. When I ran for election, I was running on first, but before me, whoever ran for elections, Dan was running for elections with Nabila as his vice president. Kelly was running for elections with David as her vice president. That might as well have been a situation where Dan got elected and David got elected too. That is not a testament to having not two parties as president, vice president. It's the communication that happens at the exec board level. In every other student group, if you go to, this also exists. Separation of power is for organizations where you have some power. I have barely any power. All I do is advocacy. I don't go and stop you from doing your stuff. If you don't want to work with me, when I vetoed the mental health bill, they still went ahead and discussed it at the Senate level. It's not like I could stop that from happening. There is no real power. We don't allocate, manage resources as student body president. We advocate. And advocacy, I can do myself, and I can do for the student body. When I do it for student body, I would like to say that all members of SGA are working towards the same goal of advocating for the student body. Why should there be separation of power, trying to make sure that one is checked by other? And if there exists one, why can there not exist between the vice president and the president? If it exists between the speaker and the president, because the speaker also serves on the executive board.
Okay, Artie Rupp, would you like to talk?
Yeah, I have a few points. I'll start. I think the public policy got a few mentions of this, just sort of comparing our organizational structure to that of the federal government. I don't think there's really loud talks to abolish Nancy Pelosi, but I really do feel like she exists as a point of reference for the rest of the legislature, and then also outside sort of members that are trying to maybe get some sort of legislation influence. I think from Meghana, we've seen this semester sort of a lot of organization, a lot of accountability, a lot of direction, especially in some of our tougher debates. And I don't think that the absence of that would help us in any bit. I understand that the Speaker Pro Tem would probably take a a bigger role, but I do think that for a legislature like this one that gets as contentious as it does, we do need as many people sort of on point, focusing, keeping us on business. I also, in your State of the Campus address, you made the point that Meghna is our first female person of color. I do not believe she should be the last. I think that oftentimes we'll read a DBK article and we get a quote from Meghna or from whoever's serving as the speaker that night. And I think that's really important because people go to the DBK and they see people like Meghna speaking on behalf of them, and that's important to see themselves represented in this legislature. The other point that the public policy rep made that I agree with, yes, Meghna represents agriculture. I believe Bryce represented, was it?
South Hill.
South Hill. Yeah, that's a small area, that's a contained area, but yes, the rest of us choose them. So in a way, yeah, I get it. I think there was sort of an argument, I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out a little bit, but but yeah, we do elect this person to represent us. So in a way, the people that are being elected are in turn electing this person. And the last point I'll make, I think, and I think this is especially poignant, is yes, you guys touched on this a little bit. We have more often than not, at least in my opinion, when a ticket runs for executive positions, they are going to win as a group. It's not going to be this, everybody likes the blank candidate, but we actually like the other candidate for VP. I feel like that's really rare. I've been here for 4 years and I've never seen that. I guess we could say too, just because the ticket last year ran unopposed. I think a legislature should exist as a check to the executive branch, and I think that's only possible when there's the possibility for somebody with different ideas to exist in this position, such as a speaker role. Because I think without that, what we're gonna have is this sort of steamrolling of ideas, and there's not gonna be a sort of focal point for sustained and sincere opposition to come from. Like you said, Kisley, yeah, you've made some decisions this year that are unpopular. I know we expected that, and that's fine because that's what your role is. Your role is to check us, but we need somebody checking you as well. And I think that that's really important because we have a speaker who, in that position, is able to do that without worrying about sort of executive interference or anything like that. That's it. That's all I have.
Would anyone like to respond to the points made by the RU rep, education rep?
I wanted to explicitly mention two things. Firstly, I think Meghna has been a fantastic speaker. I do not want to take that away from her. The RQ rep was completely right in that she navigated us through a lot of very difficult debates this year. I specifically wanted to address the point about the representation in the DBK. I don't think anyone is saying that the vice president can also not be a person of color or a woman. Like obviously, like that's not like a point at all that I'm going to refute. And Michael brought up a great example of how important it is to have Meghna in that position. But I think expressly when we talk about the checks on the president, I think in a way we can check. You can debate whether or not the 2/3 majority of a veto is too much of a hurdle to actually overcome, to override something. But I do think that we can check the president inside of this body. And when we're debating the separation of powers argument, particularly mentioning the Nancy Pelosi seat in the House, I tend to think of it more of the Senate, where in the Senate, the vice president chairs the Senate. And you can make the argument, yes, the vice president is there as a tiebreaker vote. It's happened multiple times just this past administration, right? But I think that when you take that and then you look at separation of powers, the stuff that we do as an advocacy wing, we pass a resolution, but the executive branch does a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of having meetings outside of like, when I advocated so fiercely for the Bike UMD changes, I had those conversations with David Allen. I had those conversations with people inside of DOTS, but without Kisley and the executive branch also lobbying for me, none of that would have ever happened. We would never have had a vote tonight on the sustainable budget from DOTS without lobbying from the executive branch and the legislative branch. So it actually serves as an advocacy wing to have the branches closer together, in my opinion. I think those conversations are worth having, but there are also points about whether or not you want separation of powers to exist in a branch in that regard.
Alright, would someone like to respond to the education rep's points? Would you like to respond to his points, or are you collaborating with them?
I'm making my own point.
Okay, I'll circle back and I'll speak rep, you can then you.
Yes, so I will respond to Nick, but I'm not sure if the education representative responded to the RQ rep's points, so one of some things to say. But responding to what the education representative said, and going back to the comparison in the federal government, I think the comparison of using the Senate as the vice president in the Senate is not according to what the speaker does. It's a completely different power. It's enumerated in our own SGA bylaws and constitution. I think the speaker checks the president by choosing occasionally, how exactly we go about parliamentary procedure. Something the president can't directly exercise power over right now. What emergency bills are brought up, something the president usually does not exercise direct power of. Or when we veto a bill, something the president also would not have direct power of, and monitoring the debate. No, but I'm saying you wouldn't have power over how we then debate. You would control debate on the floor towards a bill that is vetoed, and that I think is a power that is split, and split right now for a good reason. In addition, I don't think that the power necessarily has to be one of obstructionist. I don't think that the power should be split purely because the president wants to do something, needs to break down communication because they're not aware of something going on in a committee or a lobbying effort that's happening. It shouldn't happen because the speaker's not aware. More so, we should empower the legislator to create a bill to get the rest of the legislature aware and be on the same page as people in the exec board. Sorry. I don't think that, currently right now, I don't think that the power of the speaker should be purely thought of as obstructionist. Because I think one of the main points we're trying to say is that the communication, that's kind of what education representative was talking about, that, for example, he gave with the transportation committee bill, so that there is not communication between the legislature and the executive branch right now, which could be.
Can I make a quick point of clarification? That is not, I was not saying there's not currently communication that happens.
I'm saying that it wouldn't have happened if.
I just think it's easier under this system, but communication did still happen.
That I think that if it could be easier under the system, the point is this communication still happened with us having a speaker. And us having a speaker also then allowed for, to introduce this bill to be drafted. And say, for example, there's a disagreement between someone in the executive branch and the speaker on whether or not we should vote on this bill. I think that should exist. And I don't think it should be automatically put forth through because you would have a lot of influence on what a member of the legislature does.
I'll let the student body president respond.
I think you guys are confusing what my job is then. Because that's not how I function with Meghna. I have never had a conversation with Meghna where I have had a conversation about what do you think? That's not what I asked Meghna about. She has no power in telling me what she thinks. She has a power in telling me what legislature thinks, which I sit here to listen to as well. She gives me an opinion of hers on what legislature thinks. She doesn't give me the legislature's opinions in its entirety. I sit here too, every GPM. I listen to your opinions. If I agree with it, I agree with it. If I disagree with it, I disagree with it. That's not a one person's job. That's everyone's collaborative effort. My vice president shows up to listen to the same opinions of yours. That would be true with the vice president existing in that position as well. Said that, I've served as speaker before, and the role of speaker, the productive part of the role of speaker, other than being just the person who goes, you speak, you don't speak right now, and all that stuff, is diminished in the last 2 years. There used to be a time they used to run other big things, and there was a reason behind giving them an honorary. At this point, I said that at the start of the meeting at the start of this conversation as well. Fine with having speaker, but what I'm not fine with is having a speaker paid down. If you are willing to make that compromise with me, I'm happy to withdraw my change, but the speaker should not be paid down. Instead, the person who should be paid is vice president, considering their job. Well, first of all, their job is elected in national body, and second of all, they were elected by the body. It's a consumer relationship. You shouldn't be paying for someone who you don't know or you haven't worked for. I am not in agriculture school. I never voted for Magna. Why should my money go to them?
About the heritage, representative.
This is maybe a question for the student body president, just because I feel like you haven't heard it, but what does this look like for the vice president in adding to their workload, and what does that kind of look like on their side?
Oh, that was the other benefit of this change, that vice president would have something to do. But if you guys don't have like specific stuff added to the vice president, like if you want the speaker, I'm fine with adding other specific stuff for the vice president. But then again, there is a whole concept about having flexibility on what the vice president should do, because there's a president who chooses to do some stuff, and the president would, like, so for me, I didn't deal with police much this year. I had Josie deal with police instead, and I just talked to Josie about them. There were other conversations similar, like the job is too vast. So many people, so many departments, so many people to talk to outside. Nobody can expect me to be everywhere, so I have my VP go some places, and I have my VP report to me. I was just looking for that efficiency to be translated in the legislature as well. So, like, speaker doesn't attend any executive meetings. The speaker doesn't know what is happening outside. Imagine if it wasn't just me giving an outside opinion to you as a legislature on what is happening outside. Imagine if the VP who chairs you gives you that opinion. That would have helped you guys make a better informed decision on why I am being what I'm being, like with all my conversations. But said that, happy to withdraw the change. What I'm not happy to do is pay a speaker who's not. I'm not willing to ask the student body to pay for someone that they don't vote for. That's where my moral lies.
I'm going to argue up to need to speak.
I just feel like this is being a little misplaced. It's like, we're calling to completely eradicate the role of the Speaker of the Legislature because we don't want to pay them for the student fees. But how are we supposed to be trusted as a student body, governing board if we can't be trusted to vote for who's going to be representing our legislative body, even though we are the ones who are voted on by the student body? It seems it's like a big.
What do you can you repeat the last part?
It's just cognitive dissonance. It seems like, how are we supposed to be trusted with making any decisions if, we're being elected into our positions, and then as elected officials, we're trusted to elect the Speaker of the Legislature into the position. So I understand what you're saying about like the financial, maybe like the Speaker of the Legislature shouldn't be paid because the student body didn't directly elect them. But why are we calling for it to be completely eradicated when I do feel like, the Speaker of the Legislature does serve as someone who is here for us. There are many times when over the past year, I have not felt comfortable with going to anybody on exec, but I have felt comfortable with going to the Speaker of the Legislature because they represent us, the legislators specifically. So if we just are to get rid of the entire position, what good is that going to do? If this is about the finances, that could be a completely separate conversation. But right now, I feel like we're kind of going at it from the wrong angle. So, just my thoughts, personally.
I'm happy to withdraw it, but then my change is to remove the money.
I don't know how I asked, it's a point of parliamentary procedure.
Before that, so you're saying you're happy to withdraw, or are you withdrawing it, is my question.
No, I'm negotiating with you as a legislature.
Okay.
If you pay, it's a two-way question. If you still wish to pay the speaker, then I'm not withdrawing my change to remove the speaker.
So would someone like to make the amendment to remove the speaker's honorary?
If we as a legislature vote down both of those ideas, is there anything that you would be able to do?
Yes, veto everything.
Veto everything? Okay.
Well,
And then,
you can't veto it, doesn't happen, to be fair.
No, you're proposing this as a bill. The entire bylaws is a bill. It's an amendment, as you mentioned it in the first one. The bill is the first document. The bylaws is an amendment to their document. Anything in an amendment I can do.
Okay.
I have.
Does that answer that?
It does. I have other points to make about earlier conversation, but I'll approach that.
Okay. So the supervisor said he would remove this amendment if someone were to make the amendment to remove speakers honoraria. Would anyone like to do that, or would I like to continue this debate?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I was just in the bathroom, so I apologize, but could you just like 30-second elevator pitch what we're like talking about now?
We're talking about removing the
Sorry,
speaker
I
and giving the responsibility of the speaker to the
I just wanted to
executive
make
vice
sure we
president.
wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything too important.
No, yeah, okay. Madam Speaker.
Okay. So, yeah, I think there's definitely valid points to saying that like a particular constituency elects the speaker, so that not all student fees money should be going towards it. That's definitely a conversation. I also will say I don't personally like stepping down to debate because I think the role of the speaker is meant to be someone that's impartial, and so the only reason I want to speak here is because I feel like as the speaker, I have experience with the role. The only issue I have with that honoraria conversation is I think we're framing the conversation wrong. When we decided to give the speaker an honoraria last year, it wasn't about how they were elected, right? Like, we don't give the student body president honoraria because they're elected. We don't give the chief financial officer an honoraria because they're elected. It's subject to a performance report, the ethics committee deciding that they fulfill their responsibilities. It's because of the work they do. So reframing that conversation, I think, is really important. We decided to give the speaker honoraria because of the work that they did, the time that went into it, the effort that went into it, and that was the reason why we granted the honoraria. It had nothing to do with why they were elected or how they were elected or anything like that. I think there is merit to that conversation, and I think the legislature should decide. Again, I don't represent a constituency, so I don't want to push that too much, but I think that is an important way to think about it. I will also agree with the student body president in saying that the role of the speaker definitely has gone down. There was things in the past that existed that don't exist anymore for the role of speaker, like WTF UMD, that's what to fix UMD, if anyone isn't aware of that. It was like a big program that was run by SGA previously where like students submitted things that were like broken or needed to be fixed on campus, whatever, but that was all managed by the speaker and legislative leadership. So there are definitely things that have been taken away from the role, and I think that it's understandable to want to have an honoraria conversation about whether they deserve an honoraria, but I think it should be reframed away from how their election and more so about like the work that they do and what they do there. At the end of the day, if the work they do is valuable and taxing and like time and effort consuming enough to I guess like mandate or like need an honoraria, deserve an honoraria, then an indirect democracy in the legislature electing them, is that enough? Like, that's a question for the legislature to decide.
Let me make a good faith attempt. I'm taking back my amendment to remove the speaker.
Okay.
But simultaneously I'm making, what's education guy? Can he make, he's always ready to, Mr. Parliament, can you make the removal of honoraria amendment from my side? Yes, for the speaker. But we can come to that debate when we reach the honoraria section.
Well, I'd say while this discussion is somewhat connected, if the speaker would allow it, can we go straight to the honoraria discussion?
Yeah.
I would also like to point out the amendment has actually already been made. It was not voted on, so there's no committee report, but yeah. Nick made the amendment.
Okay, then we're gonna, does anyone need to do question and answer first if you kind of already been talking about a similar discussion? So everyone understand now we are looking at an amendment to remove the speaker's honoraria. I'll let the argue about speak person.
I'm sorry, can you just tell me the page of that one?
Do 71 in regards to like the numbers, but the actual, it's actually also 71.
So what I will say, regarding the honoraria conversation, like Megan mentioned, that that's a decision made on performance reports. So I think looking at us as a legislative body, we should compare ourselves to other universities. I'm aware that there are other universities that pay their legislators in order to incentivize being on the legislature. And that's not for me to start talking about wages again, but genuinely, it's a demanding role. We're here on a Wednesday, a week out from finals, spending what will likely be something of 6 hours discussing our constitutions and bylaws. I'm of the opinion that that's something that should be compensated. And I think when we look at what the university is willing to give us, we have to be realistic. And with the speaker role, there's an immensity of work that's taken on there. It's planning for meetings, it's deciding what bills are going to be heard, it's running the meetings themselves, deciding how you're going to go through procedure. I mean, we've all seen it. That's something, in my opinion, that should be compensated. I mean, it's a lot of work. I wouldn't want to do it. And there is somebody in this legislature every semester or every year that takes that responsibility on. And I think failing to acknowledge them through honoraria would be a mistake, because then we would be saying that we don't appreciate the role that the speaker serves.
Student Vice President?
Well, I agree with that logic. That's why I proposed the vice president change, because vice president won't be, and there could be a possibility, and this is me just throwing it out there because this is what I have discussed with. It could be an audit risk for you guys to have a speaker. If I'm not saying this might happen, but what if all of you guys are friends and you choose one of your friends each week to be speaker, and then each person divides the honoraria between all of them? Like, that could happen. That is a possibility. Very big possibility could happen if people are, like, as you said, they all run in groups. They could just all be the entire group of people being selected. What happens then? Like, how am I supposed to explain the state why we use their money like that? Like, why should the student body president maybe penalized for something like that? Because you guys don't need to deal with audit risks. You just give out the money. I deal with that side of the things too. It's very hard to explain things like this. Even this itself is very hard to explain. That's why we haven't had, like, I didn't get paid. When I was speaker, I said no to getting paid. I was like, let's try figuring it out for next year. Last semester, Bryce didn't get paid. No speaker has been paid yet. And we still are taking on roles, but simultaneously I was trying to figure out, was it possible even? And I figured out that it's not worth the risk. It's pros versus cons. Using state money like this, I don't want anyone else to get into legal troubles too. So I just want to stay out of that business. Like, if you want to fund someone, let's have them elected by the student body. Yes, there are other student governments who do it. And if I could, I would pay each one of you, but it's very hard to do that while simultaneously explaining our finance statements and everything to people above us. Like, Grace, she works at SORC, she knows, like, Deb's job is already too much. Like, we are making them work 10 times what anyone else's business managers are working in any other departments. And they're working on, like, beyond their hours, but if they're still working for us, asking them to deal with things like this more and more, I just don't think it's fair to those workers. Like, they're not making, like, some insane wages. There are student workers like Grace. Grace is a student worker, she's dealing with this. There are student workers like Shiva. Shiva is a student worker at the end of the day. Neither of us get paid minimum wage. I got paid $5 an hour. That's not even minimum wage in federally. But I still did the job. That there are certain things that come with it. I think I deserve to be getting paid more than that, but that's not the conversation I'm having. I'm having the conversation about, sure, people deserve to be paid, and if I can find a legal way, I would. But I don't want to take the risks. And that, like, this year, we didn't pay, well, the first semester, luckily, we never had an issue with it. This semester, the auditor that did the manual stuff, he also had to check, like, all of our stuff. And I asked her, do you think it's a good idea to use SGA money for, like, funding someone like speaking? Because she mentioned it as like a, hey, like, let's talk about it. I was like, sure, let's talk about it. She goes, if you can ideally find a way to get this person elected by the student body, then maybe we can do it. Hence me making VP. Like, it wasn't to, like, go after the speaker, but said that if you if you want separation of power more than the money, then you gotta choose one. And it's gonna be very hard for me to deal with, and hence why my persistence of making the veto happen one way or the other, because I would have to. In good conscience, I cannot expect the next president to deal with legal problems for you guys or for anyone.
Can I just?
Yeah, go for it.
So how long have How long has honoraries been given out to speakers, like historically?
Just last year, it started last year, at the end of the GBM last year, we had,
decided.
yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I was the one who proposed it. I was the one who proposed it, I was the one who dealt with it this year, like, financial aspect of things. I made a conscious decision, I know the job, I've worked in the job for a year. Some people would say, well, a year and a half, because my speaker got it, like, had the impeachment issues, I was working at, even as speaker for him, I was kind of speaker. And I think I did a good job as speaker, but I know it's a time-consuming job. But there is a difference of balancing. Time-consuming, sure, but is it worth the legal for that?
You just about? Well, this is more of a question to anyone to answer. Don't we pay the people on the finance committee? So I'm curious about how that would factor in. How
Yes, and that's another change I'm asking.
to not pay the people on finance.
To limit the number of people on the committee.
Limit, but still pay, correct?
It did to 15, I'm limiting it further.
Okay, so can I ask in terms of the audit, how it would be different if we were to pay the speaker and still continue to pay members of the finance committee? How can, like, from your perspective, how would that be different in terms of an audit?
Well, they're doing workers' work, like Grace is a student worker and there are other student workers here who work for SORC. Their job is very similar to the SORC's job of how they deal with finance. They're putting a scale for a wage, and that's not me disqualifying that speaker doesn't. It's just that that's easier to explain for an audit stuff, because we already do that as a university. We don't have any position like speaker in the university.
I mean, my only issue with, sorry, I had to run to the bathroom, with removing the speaker change entirely is I don't think the discussion was ever about finances. I think the discussion was about communication between the two branches.
You can have that change that I could
No, I mean,
my perspective.
Wait, we withdrew it?
Yes, I withdrew it.
Oh.
There you go. Public policy representative. Can we get the mic to public policy rep? There you go.
Just so I understand, so you're saying that because the person's not directly elected by the student body, there could be future legal troubles paying the person with state funds? Could you give an example of where it says that? Like I believe you, but I don't understand. Kind of like what Aiden was saying. If we're allowed to pay, so you're saying like, are we not allowed to pay a certain amount? Because if we're able to pay people on the finance committee who aren't directly elected either, are we allowed to pay them because
It's not about picking the audits, but having the audit, like, state audits on like who we pay, to the reserve, how much we pay, blah, blah, blah. My position is a political one, so my payment makes sense. VP of Financial Affairs is giving up a skill, makes sense. That one is much harder to explain. When I say explain, the auditor will be explaining on our behalf to the other people, and auditor said, maybe have a conversation about having someone elected there because it's not to do, but easier to explain.
But I guess I still don't understand why it's hard to explain. They were elected through a representative Republican process that is political by people that represent the student body, putting them in this position. Because if this problem hasn't like physically manifested itself yet, I'm finding it. I understand that, but I'm saying why not? I mean, in a way, this sounds kind of stupid, my policy coming back in, but why not like find out? I don't think no.
You get to see the burden of it. Why should I go to court to deal with your problem?
But go to court. That's what I'm saying. Like, so what exactly is like? What is the consequence you're talking about here? Like, are you going to get sued by the university if we pay the?
It has happened before at other universities.
Has it? That's what I'm asking. Like,
yes. There is precedent. It has happened at universities.
So you're saying the SGA president?
Not the universities, but like the governments have gone after people for like misuse of funds.
So hypothetically, the state of Wisconsin has sued the president of University of Madison, Wisconsin, because they pay the Speaker of the House or Speaker of the Legislature.
Well, you're giving a specific scenario, but for paying most members of the legislature, it was frowned upon. They removed it. That's what is happening at the US institutions right now. Currently, UMD pays all of their members. They had a conversation with us at the start of this year. If Josie is here, they met with us. Do you remember when they met with us last semester? Whatever. Shiva was there. One of my exec members were there. basically they met with us how to change their financing process so they don't have to pay everyone, because they couldn't explain how to pay everyone.
Steven, stop me if I'm going too long back and
You
forth.
keep going.
Okay. But I'm just saying, I still think it's easy to explain to an auditor, and I understand them wanting us to have a conversation. But I still think it's easy to explain to an auditor that
I'm happy to have lunch vote the way they want. I'm making my stance clear. I will be vetoing this. But you guys go ahead. You're trying to explain to me. I'm not willing to understand that part, and I understand your statement. I'm not willing to change my opinion on the topic regardless.
our humanities representative, or Steve.
What was that?
He was
gonna
raising his
pass
hand.
it to me, but
I don't know. If
We just want clarification on the veto. So do you mean you'll veto the omnibus bill so no changes were made, or you're saying you're
Well, I can do
over?
inline veto, so I'll just do the inline veto.
But the amendment is to remove the speaker's honoraria, so
The
you.
amendment is the entire bylaws. The bill is the first section that you sent to us. Have you not seen the bill? The bill is this. This is the bill. S22548. Bylaws are an amendment. Anything in bylaws are part of veto access.
Correct.
Yes, so I can veto any line in it.
Okay, no, sorry. What I'm just saying is that the amendment is to remove speaker's honoraria. So if we vote no, then you can.
And it stays, so I will remove that.
To remove speaker's honoraria.
Yes, that will be my inline veto.
Okay, and that's.
I have to double check on that, and I can do that. It's just not something I'm familiar with.
It's in constitution under executive privileges, executive branch, state body president veto section.
Okay, I'll double check on that.
Okay, are you, you speak?
Can I just get some clarification on a timeline from you? So you mentioned so you mentioned that you were the one who introduced the idea of speakers honoraria. Does that mean you received speakers honoraria at that time?
I introduced it for the person after me, for Bryce. Bryce didn't get it. Those were SGA reasons. This year it's what step on the process they are, but I already talked to her. I just didn't want to take change. I made sure that I'm not making a change to pay myself. That was my ethics.
Okay,
I just keep that.
I just want to make sure. And then to go on to a second point, you mentioned that we were having some discussion about paying finance committee members, and then you said, I think you said that they're offering up a skill, right?
But then, I'm not the best person to explain it. I would agree with that. The auditor explained it to me, and I'm probably not doing a good job answering her. But it's just like, that doesn't mean that finance committee does. There are other workers doing that at the university. So there's some kind of preference. There's no comparative workers hardship.
And remind me, this is the auditor you said that had worked with, I believe it was the president.
People, so it's not just one person. I don't know who she had last year.
Right, but you mentioned earlier, you just mentioned that you had communicated with that.
Yeah, she's the same person.
Okay.
There's a department, so I couldn't get it one person in the department.
Okay, because I do recall when we were going through the Mary Kerr bill last week, there were many polls, and a lot of those were the fault of not the fault, but I think from the communication of the auditor that was included in Addendum A.
The reason I withdrew the bill, you want to talk about like just for quickly, the reason I withdrew the bill was to ask the auditor again. We have all our documents in line. The auditor was not able to process anything more. So I took that constitution away from the legislature. I'm taking it legally now.
Right. No, so the only point I was just trying to make is that auditor provided some level of information to the draft. What?
It was all true.
It was all true. Okay. So then I guess the next point I'll make, I see the next section is honoraria for the graphic designers. I think we're going back again to like this whole electability, like elected argument. I don't elect graphic designers in communications. So I feel like if we're removing honoraria for the speaker, who again we've sort of established that in a roundabout way, they're elected by the people who are elected to this body, then we shouldn't be paying the graphic designers. And that's me saying that against my point that people should be paid for their work. Because I do believe people should be paid for their work, but I believe if we're making the argument that we shouldn't pay people who aren't elected, then at the same time we can't say that we're gonna pay people, graphic designers, who aren't elected.
Agreed, but graphic designers get paid on other university jobs, and we were trying to be consistent with that, and that wasn't an audit problem. So at least But I'm getting completely honest, I will check on that front. And if this passes, the next person can check, just like last year when it passed, I checked for the speaker. But that's, I'm completely honest, I'm putting an idea forward. If you guys wanna put it down, put it down. But that is no addition to speaker for me. If you say that let's pay graphic designers, great. Next person finds out that it's not possible. I don't know what to do about that. That will be the next year's problem.
Well, just because I think if, the argument is, graphic designers are being, paid elsewhere and, finance folks are being paid elsewhere, then at the same time, legislators are being paid elsewhere. So I think if that's the argument where we're looking at other schools to decide who and what we pay, then we also have to consider that legislators are paid, and that should be something that is considered here.
Okay, I'm happy to have a vote at this.
I'll let the debate continue. Education rep.
I agree with the RQ's point, or RQ rep's point. I would not support paying the graphic designers if we were not paying them.
Well, feel free to.
However, I will say,
withdraw it.
hold on. I will say that if we deny the honoraria, I will go back through and delete the speaker position myself.
Then that's your
And
problem.
that will be in the debate.
Okay, so we have some clarification from the parliamentarian. The student body president is correct. So even if we vote no on this, the president can go in and veto any part of, and I do any part is an addendum to the bill that we will be voting on. Yeah.
Just a point of information. So if that is vetoed, then I assume it would get tossed back to us. But by that point, there's a new legislature that's been voted
This
in.
is going to be a pocket veto.
That's right.
It will be a pocket veto.
Yes.
I will do it the night before the inauguration, so my veto stands.
Okay. Alright, so burning. Okay.
Is a question about what it said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the pocket veto in the entirety of everything we're doing today, or you're saying
No, I have inline access, so I'm not trying to veto.
Okay. With that being said, is there anyone that hasn't spoken at all yet that would like to make a piece? But okay, engineering up.
There were some great points made about why the honorarium should stand in reference to the president, about other legislators being paid in other schools, and the other SGA positions that are paid. But if an auditor who understands the legal process and legal nuances that we as undergraduate students aren't familiar with, I gotta say I have to trust the opinion of the auditor, because while we can make a very logical argument, that might not hold up in court if this does have a problem. And while it makes sense to us, no one here has been to law school and no one understands the finer nuances of this, so I think we should continue talking about this, because I know there were some great points, and just from those points it makes sense that we should continue to pay the speaker. But I think there's something that the auditor understands that we're just not getting, because we don't have that expertise or legal knowledge to be able to fully grasp.
Yeah.
I have a question as to the background of the auditor, Mr. President. The auditor referring to the speaker honoraria, do we happen to know if there were any clear, like, were they hired by the state or by the university?
State.
Okay.
State.
Okay. Engineering up, Bella.
I agree with what Matt said, and there's a certain aspect of like, if there's somebody whose role it is to do something and we don't have any experience in that, we kind of have to trust that person in the same way that Kisley is in a position that all of us aren't in, and maybe there's a lot that he knows about, and considering he's the one that proposed it in the first place, and now he's taking it back, there must have been something that happened that he experienced that I feel like we have to trust.
Student rep, Ollie.
Point of information.
You don't need to make a point, just say whatever.
Where does the money go if it doesn't go to the speaker? Is it just a surplus? Does it get allocated to something?
You say that louder, please.
Student allocation.
Alright, are there anyone else who has not spoken yet want to speak? Alright, with that, we'll now vote on this amendment. So voting in favor would mean you're in favor of getting rid of speakers honoraria, and voting against would mean you're against that. So all in favor of getting rid of speakers honoraria, please raise your hand now. This does need a 2/3 majority to pass. Okay, and all against? And all abstaining? Okay, with that, this amendment does not pass. Speaker, would you like to step back up? Okay.
No, I went back and I added the deleting the speaker amendment.
Did you add the responsibilities to the vice president section as well?
It's the same as it was before.
Just like.
Are you talking explicitly?
No, yeah, so while we get started, you do me a favor and find the link. I think you can go through the old versions of the document, find the link.
You've already found it?
Yeah, they got retracted. Sorry, I know that's complicated, but just so it's there and I don't have to do it. Mr. Vice President.
Okay, so we'll be going back to the amendment regarding removing the speaker and giving these responsibilities to the executive vice president. Would anyone like to speak on this?
You know what, I changed mine. I can do it. He's gonna inline view.
Are you making the amendment, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Then with that, I'll be stepping down to go be checking again.
Really quick, before we keep going, I know you want to go into the timing matter. Do you mind if we motion recess for 5 minutes?
I don't mind at all. I would love a motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Any objections? Okay, go ahead. 5 minutes, we're gonna return at 8:47.
Let's just go downstairs. The union shop. I need a drink. You want and pizza?
Josh, you didn't sit next to us. I see you.
Like,
I went to the opposite.
with the exception of.
Mr. Bowtie. Well, most people wouldn't. Most people would say, you can't wear a tie. Aiden, you can't tie yourself. Oh, man.
Oh, yes, you saw that, huh?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
I saw that.
Yeah,
It's a pre-tied tie.
No, I tied it myself.
Oh, you did?
I tied
Okay.
myself. I don't untie it myself because it's a waste of time. Yeah, it's a waste of time.
How do you wash it?
I ironed it, dry cleaned it. Yeah, what?
Yeah, you're supposed
No problem. I really don't care. I'll just get a refund. Why am I untying it? It's just a waste of time.
You know, are you a waiter or something?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go down to the common shop and get something.
Thank you for asking my colleagues.
What about the fresh? Oh my god, it's too funny. You need to use the bathroom. I don't know, the next time we'll have 5 minutes.
No, I was ready to leave. It's so fun to have you here. And announced it twice. I guess they announced it again too.
So he's getting rid of the honorary.
Why is she watching the live stream? I don't know. She's probably studying. I have like so many times. Really? That's good. Do you get your nails done? Huh? Do you get your nails done? Are they press on?
I like your tie-dye sweatpants.
Hello? What? Really? Okay. Do you like them?
I love
Gotcha. Interesting. Hi. I hope you're doing okay. You need anything?
You saw me, I'm fine. So.
There is another option. There is one other option, and that's to get rid of the English beat from the Constitution. We can do it. How's studying going? That's good.
You want to have like a place where I can use some functions that can't miss. What do you think?
This one, and then I have
Yeah.
here, math.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I'm dying right now. Like, if I
I just need to like be able to open it so like function. Yeah, exactly. I think the function will. Oh, I meant like we try and stab a hole through.
Oh, there's a hole. Is that not big enough? Okay.
I have to get my finger. Yes, there we go.
Bye.
Is the camera still
Yeah, no,
I just realized that if we did it like this meeting.
Yeah, I know. Sorry,
Man, it was a bad idea for a lot of reasons.
I disagree.
Also, couldn't you just veto the
No,
veto?
we get rid of like
Yeah, we got
leaders
that.
and anyone.
Couldn't he just veto the Constitution and not bylaws?
No, because it's all, well, no, because it's part of the same line. And in line, your entire clause, not
Like the woman asked her to stop and she was like,
when
oh,
do the Bibles
in a
get
minute,
back?
like I'm shopping. And then when they went to check out and she was
So
like,
he would have
you like puffy.
either way, he had to veto. He would just be the last one.
I know.
Rude to me.
So he could veto either end, no matter what you do.
Kind of basic, actually. Yeah. That might change my mind. I'm thinking about it. Guys, wild idea. Okay, no, stop.
Wild idea will stop here.
Bylaws do not name bylaws do not start with what if you let it got rid of the It's an idea. It's an idea.
I don't even talk about it. Like, what?
It's an idea, okay? It's a bad one. What? It's stupid, but it might work.
Nick, you know about Ireland's veto and why we had it in my viewing.
I understand it, but it's stupid. It's dumb. I disagree.
Bylaw changes occur with the next president. Our current president would still have inline veto power. It would be the next president. So
I
we
know,
still
that's the
do this.
point, to prevent this from happening.
Right, so it would accomplish again.
Because it doesn't matter how we vote on honorarium. It's
So it
going
would
to
be
inline veto
He'd
anyway.
just be the last person to ever do it.
So the question is, do we? Whatever. It's
I
not
don't
worth
want to care anymore.
That was. Can I steal a piece of gum?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the methodology. Did you hear what I was going to do? I was going to go into the Constitution and get rid of the inline veto clause for the president, because
It's funny. It's funny. It's funny.
I really
It
am.
doesn't work, but it's funny.
No, I'm half tempted to do it.
Ireland popped out of nowhere.
Because at that point, all of omnibus gets vetoed.
Yeah.
Here's my issue with inline veto. It doesn't matter what we do, like the fact that we voted like that. I think it's stupid that we're keeping honorary, but whatever, that's my personal opinion. He's just gonna veto it anyway. Whatever.
He could veto a lot. He could literally remove the presidency. Nowhere in the Constitution does it make reference to the president, therefore it no longer exists. That's crazy power.
Just checking. So she said, does it matter if you they said, does someone have to like start or just waiting?
Yeah, the speaker reached it.
We're just
Wait, what other big changes were there?
None?
Those are the three.
Increasing honorarios for other people, but
Well, it was honoraria, student groups, and speaker VP.
but there's other honorarios, but yeah.
So if he vetoes this, do we overturn it in the fall or not? We
We don't overturn it. We don't.
You can't overturn it. We can't change
There's
bylaws.
it's not.
So we're on the live stream talking about this.
Oh, so they have to see me eating my sandwich.
That's weird.
Wait, that's so funny. This whole conversation can go get listened to again.
I know. I can't wait.
Wait, watch this. Hello, future Scott.
I hope some like freshman in like 20, 30 is like talking about honorary discussions or speaker and like getting rid of it and stuff, and they come back and listen to this conversation right here as a warning. So wish you the best luck. Hopefully I'm like working at, maybe I'm gonna take Joe's job. I'm gonna be the SGA advisor at that point. I'm gonna show you this clip. It'd be really cool. But, all right, bye.
All right, I said 8:47, so let's sit down and get started. I don't know.
Wait, does he have his first button up? Yeah, I guess.
No, we don't have forum. There's people in the bathroom. Would someone get them? Yep. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. You look very comfortable. I like it. Nick, are you still gonna?
Snuggie. Yeah, you should have pulled up in a Snuggie.
I used to have one, but it was so on that list.
No, but if we just elect them, just veto the entire omnibus. It would be really funny. Can you imagine? If they want back in, he omits the Constitution. Looks like inline veto.
Okay, other people came back, but now other people are gone. I'm around the same number. What's that?
You just did subtraction.
Yeah.
No.
quorum, right?
No, we have 18 in the room.
I'm gonna be right back, like
Okay.
2 seconds.
Oh my God,
I'm not
what
leaving.
the fuck? What the fuck? Look at this.
No, that's right, that's, remember that just made.
Oh my God, the speaker is on every page.
Quite fitting, quite fitting.
No, but if you believe. He just wants it. No.
They said I wasn't getting this when I needed it.
I'm gonna remove education reference. Go ahead.
We're just taking a look at what we've done.
You're doing good though, actually, with Ann Roberts.
I need people to come back.
What was the RJ website?
We're looking at what we've done this year.
Should I?
No.
I don't know if you want to take kindly to it.
No.
You're no fun. It's a better website. No, that's also right, that's also right.
You know, said that the first few times, like, I feel like just you watch me is like,
I will try my hardest not to.
This isn't even like, it's just like a third.
What?
It's like a third way.
Okay, we have quorum. Let's go. Everyone sit down, please.
Yeah, there's, I told you there wasn't.
All right, I still see, I'm sorry, where are we? My things also, my documents look weird. Oh, I also have the speaker website on every page.
I also have the speaker website on other page. We might not have bylaws anymore. Unironically.
What do you mean by that?
Can you check the files on your computer? Does it say speaker license on every single page?
Oh, yeah, it does.
Oh, you fixed yours. Oh.
Oh my Wait, I feel like Nick, you didn't. No, I know what you did. You added it to the header, dummy.
Oh my God.
That's not me.
Yes, it was.
Not me.
No, it was Paisley.
Paisley, it wasn't.
Okay.
he was on my computer.
Okay, so, okay, come on. So, we're fixing our documents.
The only position that exists is speakers.
Nick, stop.
Okay, come on. We only have a few more things to get through today. So let's we're fixing our jobs. We have quorum. Feeling good, exactly. So we are.
Page 17.
I don't know why you laughed like that.
That was the way that was laughing.
There's nothing on page 17. Oh, okay. All right, is everybody ready? I see a lot of people having private individual conversations, and we're trying to get through this really quickly. So let's take a look at the top of page 17. We have a change to move Director of Civic Affairs to Director of Civic Engagement. Was this voted on, Ms. Kinney?
No.
Is it making it consistent? What is it?
It's just wrong.
Okay. Are there any objections to changing this name to make it not wrong? Great. That passed. We have, under the Chief of Staff duties, on the bottom of page 18, we have social media oversight change.
If I'm not mistaken,
We moved this.
this is an incorrect amendment. This is only supposed to be under President, Comms Director, and DE&I Director. So
Oh, yeah, we
I,
moved it up, yeah.
okay, can I get rid of that?
Yeah, because we moved, I believe we moved that up to the second.
Awesome. Moving on, we have approved SGA social media graphics in conjunction with the SGA President and Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion under Comms Director responsibilities. Any questions about this event? Did we talk about it?
We voted on it for President, so I think it's the
Okay.
same.
So it's just making it consistent. Are there any objections to this? Great. Okay. Oh, this is fun. Okay, so also under the comms director responsibilities, assign the creation of new social media accounts if deemed applicable. I will let you talk about the committee.
Yeah, so the committee voted against this. The main reason being like the spread of social media outreach from the organization as a whole. The main argument that was made before we voted against this was that at that point committees should exist as their own organizations because they no longer need the platform of SGA. And doing like the reason for the end is because the idea is that it's keeping it under the one umbrella of the organization. No committee is worth more than the other. Yeah, that's really it, I think.
Just to clarify what this change, actually Bethlehem, why don't you speak to it, you made the change.
Okay, so I thought it would be useful if we had separate Instagram pages for certain committees because they do separate outreach and stuff. Like people come to those committees and only those committees within SGA and not anything else, so it'd be easier for them to find things that they want. That's kind of how I was looking at it. And they use the committee still needs SGA, but not the administration. And from that perspective, they would still be a part of SGA and join SGA, which is on each page. So student groups are different. People could just find it easier to like navigate through it instead of having to go through everything and not seeing something because that overlaps with something else. That was really the basic of that.
Okay, are there any questions about this change? Oh, sorry, yes, Satya.
So with the creation of the new like social media accounts, would those all be managed by like the comms committee, or would it be like each member would like manage a different account? Like how would it be determined what committee each account represents?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, we need to one second.
I was just gonna say the amendment as it stands has assigned the creation.
Okay.
Under the comms director responsibilities. It doesn't specify assigning to, it doesn't specify if they're reviewing everything. All of those things can be changed as amendments, but as it stands, it just says it like that.
So then it's at the discretion of the comms director too.
That's what it reads as.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Yes, I'll make
Rather than creating individual pages, could we do stories maybe on SGFG?
That is something we already do.
Okay.
Right, Megan?
Yeah, if like usually, am I allowed to like say that?
Yeah, girl, you're an officer.
I just like think that there's like no point, and I don't like, the reason that we like kind of what Scott was saying is like we have the SGA Instagram to be one entity, and then when there are events happening, I always at least try to share the event over and over again on the story to ensure that people are seeing it, and I'll say like tomorrow, today, or all that stuff. I just think that having separate pages kind of just defeats the whole purpose of having the Instagram, and then it kind of just creates a big separation, in my opinion.
Okay, sounds like we're kind of moving into debate, so I'll just let that kind of happen. Yeah.
Am I allowed to make a point, or are we still in questions?
No, we can go ahead with debating. Yeah. If anyone has a question, feel free to raise your hand as well.
Would it be possible to settle for a middle space of highlights? Where like each committee has a highlight reel, that way when students do go to the SGA page, if they're only interested in looking for, say, SME or student affairs, they can scroll through that highlight and see what's happening.
I would add, like, I think, you know, whether you guys like that or just that, I don't care. We don't need an amendment for that though, for the record. So like, if the body wants to move forward with that, you don't need the amendment to do it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Just a question.
Okay.
Are you saying you wouldn't need an amendment to do that highlights thing?
Yes.
Okay.
so it's kind of in a similar vein. With this amendment, nowhere in the bylaws is not that SGA can't make multiple social media accounts for each committee. This amendment is making it so this is now only the responsibility of the director of communications. If the legislature today brought a bill asking for SGA to make an Instagram page for whatever committee, if the legislature passed it, we could do it. The bylaws isn't restricting this. This amendment's making it now it's responsibility of the director of communications, which I don't understand why it'd be under their purview to decide like which committees will get an Instagram page and which wouldn't. You know what I mean? And also respond to like the highlights or whatnot. Like, and, we don't need to outline everything in the bylaws. That's something that the director of communications can just do. Yeah.
Any other questions or like points about this one? Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay.
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? Okay, so this fails. Alright, moving on, we have the same, this is the same change we made earlier, right?
Mhm.
Yep, okay, so, we have adding co-chair of the Affordable Housing Subcommittee into Director of Government. First of all, government in the title and governmental affairs, can someone make that change? Please? You good with it?
Oh, okay.
We don't need to vote on that, it's making it, we're keeping it government?
And it's supposed to be government.
So we're, okay. So we're making them all consistent. Anyway, sorry, back to co-chair of the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. Do you wanna explain what the committee?
I don't know much about the committee itself. The way it was explained to like CBL was that it's written in MRU somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, and it's just supposed to be here. They already do it. It's just solidifying this because there's other documentation saying to do it. So we voted unanimously in favor.
Any questions about this change? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Clearly, for me, please. Articulatively. Okay, that, all opposed and abstaining, okay, that passes. Okay, we're making government affairs consistent, that's procedural. Scrolling down, we have the student group exchange, which we got rid of, so failed. Subsection B, deputy director, so we are at the top of page 25. This is kind of a relatively big change that we speak about the committees, feel like?
Yeah, so this is somewhat in conjunction with the other change we made because we voted to not allow members of the legislature also serve as deputies. We wanted to make sure we fully outline the role of deputy director to ensure it is a big enough job for one person to spend all of their time focusing on. Yeah, that's really it. I mean, this gives some specific duties that you can see on the screen. I believe part A there in section 1 is just a mistake, so that'll be removed. But yeah, I will say, should we consider this part down the separate? Okay, cool. Yeah, they really just work to assist the director with like committee functions and general work of the committee. Stephen, there's something specific you want to add? I'm more than happy to let you. I know I didn't do a great job.
Well, we already voted earlier to get rid of so the legislators can no longer be deputies. This, once again, is a similar amendment where now we are defining what deputies will be in these committees and giving them an increased role so that they're actually like an officer in SGA and have like an actual like legitimatized role.
Okay, any questions about this change? Yes.
Going back, in conjunction with the change, I think we should also add that deputy directors are able to sit in when their director's not present, at the, scrolling back up to find it, at those committees that Kisley was talking about earlier, for example, like the.
Oh, you mean like.
Kind of like how, like, for example, the, S&P director automatically is part of the
Title IX
9,
board.
that we should also add that the deputy director of S&P is also, if that case person is not available, that they're also able to sit on that, only because I can see,
No, those are MOUs that we said.
Yeah,
Those are legal binding contracts. We just like give someone else that role.
like, give someone, so then.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, that, like, I understand like why that's ideal. It's not possible. The way these MOUs work is you can't really send a proxy unless you get explicit consent. The way the MOUs are written is that, like the S&P director is the person that serves in that committee, right? So like we can't add anything else about somebody that served in their place unless it's also added to that MOU. Like the MOU supersedes the bylaws. Does that make sense?
That being said, the language in this one in the deputy director section
is like leading commission, is performing all duties assigned to them by the director.
Okay.
So in theory, like a director could send somebody in their proxy, assuming that whatever group of the university is hosting said committee allows it, right? Like that's the way it's outlined now. They could do that.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Are there any other questions about this change? We ready to vote on it? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands clearly for me. Okay, all opposed and abstaining. Okay, that passes. So I'm gonna go ahead and comment that, and then do you want to debug the next one?
Yep, so this next amendment is somewhat connected, but changes it enough functionally to where I think it's probably best that we are looking at it as a separate amendment. It says that deputies are the only members deputized for the tasks listed above. So this is to really limit the amount of officers that we are creating within a committee. If I recall correctly, well, I didn't comment here, we did vote on this.
We voted it together.
Okay, yeah,
Sorry, I
yeah.
wanted to separate.
No, that makes sense, But yeah, this also passed 703. And it's just to really like keep everything rather consistent throughout the committees and the leadership structures, from the perspective of like underneath of the director. Yeah.
Are there any questions about this change? Yeah, education.
I may have a word, I think we should change the word deputized to something.
Is that do you have a question
assigned.
about the change? Can we start with questions?
No.
Well, yeah, because.
Okay, please start.
Is it not redundant? If you're creating deputy directors to do the following goals, isn't the last individual clause them saying you're gonna do everything above? Isn't that?
I'll direct that to the person who made the amendment.
I can also speak to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, what this is saying is that you can't have other leadership positions in the committee other than director and deputy.
And if I could add, that was explicitly made because of people being able to go and speak on behalf of the organization. The committees are rather large. If you look at sustainability, right? Like as an example, I don't think they ever really had like a rather broad section of leadership. I don't know. I didn't go to the committee, but with so many people, if you go like, yeah, I'm a committee member, right? Like people don't put much weight in it. Like I am the deputy of whatever. Right? Like you are now speaking on behalf of not just the committee but the organization. So that was like why CBL made the decision to approve this as well. Too many people speaking on behalf of the organization that may not have been put there in an official capacity.
With what Scott just said, and keeping in mind like what I did in the dictionary definition of the word deputized, would that mean, for example, during a general body meeting, when you're asking for a vote on a bill and you're saying, is anyone present in this committee, would then no legislator be able to speak that was not appointed as director or deputy director be able to speak on that legislation?
First of all, it would depend on the chair of the committee, of the GBM, sorry. It depends on who's serving as the presiding officer and in terms of what to allow. I will say when I personally allow a legislator to give a committee report, I don't think it's ideal. Okay,
Because isn't
I don't.
Well,
committee report part
so
of the
from the
duties?
way it's written, it's not necessarily explicit that it has to be the director providing the committee report, right? And so in practice, it's somebody from the committee.
No, it's
I thought it was.
It's written
It says
explicit.
director and then deputy director as one.
So-
Oh,
That's what I'm
okay.
asking. So then would no one other than the director and deputy director
Well,
be
this
able to give-
this doesn't change that, right? That already exists as it's written. Yeah.
Wait, but that does happen then.
But we don't always have somebody present to do that from a certain committee, like a director or deputy. So from what I understand, Madam Speaker, I allow somebody from the committee to share the committee report instead.
But am I making sense? But if it says deputies are only members deputized for the list above, when another legislator speaks on a task that a director or deputy director has, they're then technically being deputized to do one of the tasks above. Therefore, this would prevent them.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. People can still do what is listed here under the deputy director duties, right? Like, if you are in the student affairs committee, right, and you're not a deputy, you can still perform duties assigned by the director, all of these different things, but you can't do that in an official capacity as any other leadership position other than the public policy representative and a member of the committee, right? So this is limiting the amount of leadership roles within a committee, not like what people are allowed to do within said committee, or really on behalf of the committee. Does that better address your point?
Yes.
Okay, that's, yeah,
Just clarify.
yes, Josie.
So, for example, the Sessions Convention Committee, we have, not other deputies, but Emily and I, Emily Coco, my deputy director, have created chairs of like social media, policy initiatives. So you're saying directors no longer be allowed to create chairs?
Correct. Any other questions about this change? Are we ready to vote on it?
Do you think it might make sense to clarify a bit more than what is already said here?
You feel free to propose an amendment.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Okay, so would each committee only be able to have one deputy?
It's plural in this right now. Sorry.
Okay, so SMP could rename their chairs as deputies?
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Josie?
Yeah, am I allowed to give my opinion?
Yeah, we can, yeah, we're going into debate anyway, so go ahead.
Oh, do you want me to wait for debate?
No, we're good. Go ahead.
So I just personally, as a director, am opposed to this because this creates more work for us. The entire reason that I've created chairs for my own committee of like policy initiatives, event coordination, like XYZ, is because I want to give other people the opportunity to be prepared to be deputy director for the next time. If you're limiting these opportunities to be in more leadership roles within the committee, you're really setting that committee up for failure for next year, honestly. And also, it just like creates a lot more work for the deputy and the director ourselves. Because having these chairs this semester has really helped not only the cohesion within our own committee, but just like take a lot of stress off of myself, so.
I don't know if you heard me like 30 seconds ago, but like, would you be okay with changing the name from chair to deputy and still have the same jobs and support, because that is like a really important, because I know that you do a lot of work in SMP and there's no way that you can be in 20 places at once. So would you be okay with like that name change, that way you can keep the possessions?
Well, you said we can only have one deputy.
No. That's what, like, we would just clarify. It's directors can appoint deputy directors, plural.
So I would have like director, deputy of social policy.
No, they would just be another deputy director of SMP. It's at the discretion of the director to assign them specific
Oh,
tasks,
so we
right?
have as many deputies.
Mhm. But yeah, their titles don't change. They're all just deputy director of SMP, but
Yeah.
So deputy director of
Oh, okay, yeah, no, okay.
Yes, so that's what she wants.
Wait, so you can have multiple deputies, but they can't be on that?
Correct.
So like, I don't know, the chair is just on it, but they can't be on it.
Correct.
They can't have that.
Correct, yeah. Any other points or, questions about this change? Are we ready to vote on it?
Which part are we voting on? The initial part that the education rep?
Sorry, I just saw the second part.
Are we only voting for this part, or this two part?
Hold on, sorry, I'm reading it. Yeah, okay, the sentence isn't really
Makes sense.
working,
Awful.
Josh. In addition, having the inability to create, let's see.
Trying to say that you're not able to create anything other than a deputy director.
You could just do comma, limiting the ability to. Sorry. Maybe limiting the ability. Sorry to be nitpicky, but.
No.
Bless you.
I just wanted to be clarified, so I really feel the phrase.
Only members deputize the task listed above, limiting the ability for the director to create further leadership positions. I think that's the best way of clarifying that. If you're good with proposing that as an amendment.
Perfect. Okay, so, Nick, are you okay considering this one amendment, or would you like yours to be considered separately?
Sure, they're one amendment now.
Okay, so Josh, that's also good with you? Great. So voting on, subsection B, number 3, line D, are we ready to vote on that? Sorry, these are wrong.
Oh.
Yes. You really like the deputy? Deputy Charter. Sure, little martyr. Yep. Deputy.
Is that looking Nick?
Nick and Josh, is this correct also? This change also okay?
I really dislike the word deputize, for sure.
You really?
I know. It's not, the word was not my idea.
So much, but yeah. Okay. All right. Are we ready to vote on this? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hands. I will ask again. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay. All opposed and abstaining? Yeah, it passes. Okay. Okay. Oh. We voted elsewhere on co-chair affordable housing subcommittee. Scrolling down, we have planned trips. Okay, we're on the top of page 30. Yeah. Okay. On the top of page 30, we have for ABTS liaison, subsection G, line F, plan trips to the ABTS conferences in conjunction with the business manager of SORC and the VPFA of SGA. Sorry, let me find out what's on the computer. The committee voted 7-0 to 3 on this one. Yes, and it was something that's already done with the ABTS liaison, so that's why it was unanimous and easy vote. Are there any questions about this change? Yes?
Can you just clarify what ABTS is?
Association of Big Ten Schools. Any other questions about this change? Okay, are you ready to vote on it? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? Okay, this one passes. All right, moving on. We are now in the judicial branch. First change is getting rid of the governance board's office hours. Chief Justice's office hours.
Yeah, so just reflecting the committee's discussion, we voted on this unanimously. After much deliberation about like the role of the Chief Justice in the judicial branch, it's really supposed to be that separation and the check on both other branches of the organization. Holding office hours allows for the cultivation of a relationship with the Chief Justice and thus removing the impartiality. So we got rid of it. 703.
Any questions about this change? Okay, are we ready to vote on it?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed and abstaining. Okay, this one passes as well. We also, in this section, got rid of update the legislature about the state of the judicial branch. The committee voted 7-0 to 3. It was the same rationale as far as I'm aware of like, we don't want the judicial board establishing a relationship with legislators or with executive members. Any questions about this change? Okay, are we ready to vote on it? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed and abstaining? Okay, passes. We are now at the top of page 36. I think it's different on different people's pages. It's right above the start of Article 4. So Section 4, conflict of interest, we've added a conflict of interest clause. So it says in situations where a justice has a personal stake in what the governance board is deliberating, they should notify the president, step down. Following up on the notice, the student body president will present a temporary replacement, who would then be confirmed by a majority of the governing board. Remaining, a member of the governance board is not allowed to run in SGA elections and simultaneously serve in their role as justice. The committee voted 7-0 to 1 on this. That was a good change. Are there any questions about this? Yes, Father Costier.
Could you clarify how the term of a justice overlaps with that of an SGA election, that they're not coinciding with each other?
What do you mean? Sorry, can you expand on that?
Like if a member of the governance board isn't allowed to run for SGA, so are they appointed at are members of the governance board appointed at the beginning of every legislative session?
Correct.
And then their term ends when?
At the end of the legislative session.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions about this change? Okay, are we ready to vote on it? I need yeses.
Yes.
Yes. Please raise your hands if you're in favor of this. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, this passes. We are now at the bottom of 36, section 2, incumbency requirement. The first change, okay, so the first thing is one entire semester. Do you want to speak on that?
Yeah, just as saying one semester is rather ambiguous. If somebody's like appointed 2 or 3 weeks into the semester, does it count as most of the semester? Unclear. This makes that it has to be the entire semester. And yeah, just clarification, you voted unanimously.
Any questions about this change? Yeah.
By entire, is it like first day or like within like a grace period of like the first month or something?
I think that's up to the interpretation of the ethics committee. That being said, I imagine entire would mean every GBM worth, right? So if you're like, if you start with the first GBM, that would be the entire
session. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions about this one? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Ready to vote? Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? Okay, this passes. Our next change is getting rid of the 75% of the accountability platform. Do you want to speak on this one?
Yeah, so this was a really interesting change. The accountability platform doesn't exist. It was written, if I'm not mistaken, by Dan Alpert. And when Dan Alpert disappeared, so did the accountability platform. It doesn't exist as, with that, we're like, okay, it doesn't make sense. It also complicated like incumbency stuff, and so it's just sending it back to how it should be and how it is in practice anyways. Very temporary change was made last omnibus. Yeah, so look at that. 703.
Anyway, okay, any questions about this change? Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? I have some very ambiguous hand raising today. So again, I'm gonna ask all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed and abstaining. Great, this passes. Next we have adding into the incumbency requirement section of the bylaws. I'm pretty sure this is a section from the elections rules,
Yes,
correct?
it is.
Okay, can you speak on that?
Yeah, so this here is making it consistent with our other governing documents. This is already in the election rules, and it's important that it's here as well. 703, rather self-explanatory. Already used in practice as well.
Any questions about this change? Are we ready to vote on it? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed And abstaining, great, this passes. Okay, the next change is that the Committee on Accountability and Ethics will review the eligibility requirements at least 2 weeks instead of 4 weeks before the start of campaigning. Sorry.
Which amendment?
2 weeks instead of 4.
2 weeks, or at least 2, sorry. Yeah, so if I am not mistaken, after that I can't say that.
Okay, continue, sorry.
Yeah, it's just saying, that, so from A through D above, right, in the amendment we just passed, they only have to pass 2, not all 4 of them.
No.
No,
No,
what? Oh,
it's
at
2
least,
weeks.
what? Oh, what? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted, okay?
Okay, let me.
Yeah, you got this, you got this.
So the next change that we're looking at is the Committee on Accountability and Ethics will review the above eligibility requirements at least 2 weeks before the start of campaigning instead of what was previously at least 4 weeks before.
That's what I meant. Yeah, we voted.
How does the committee feel?
Yeah, so we voted unanimously on this, 4 weeks. If I'm not, like, what I recall was that it's just too much, it doesn't work and function, and it doesn't always give enough to review. Yeah, that's really it. Voted unanimously, just like one of these clerical changes.
Any questions about this change? Okay, are we ready to vote on it?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed and abstaining? Great, this also passes. Okay, we are now on page 40 with enumeration of standing committees. We have a change under the semi-closed committee section, non-officers instead of legislators. So non-officers shall only be allowed to observe the proceedings and speak at the discretion of the committee's chair.
Sorry.
Scott, can you speak to this, please?
I'm trying to get to it.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is saying that, like, I think it's always fine for this really makes it so lead staff can attend, and other members of the executive branch, legislative branch that may not be legislators. You still have to be an official member. Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay. No.
Okay, yeah. It's just like changes it from legislators to like non-officers. So I have other self-explanatory. What am I saying?
Sorry. The change before said legislators shall only be allowed to observe. And now it's non-officers shall only be allowed to observe. This is a confusing.
Yeah, wait,
hold on.
you did this.
Hold on, non-legislators. This is weird. Can we change this?
Can we go back to this?
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna return to this one. Okay, here we are getting rid of caucuses at the bottom of page 40.
Yes.
It's connected to something else.
I'm locating that now. Somewhere.
The ad hoc.
Ad hoc, that's what it is.
It's on page 41.
Found it, okay. So, can I just go for it?
Yep, go for it.
So this amendment is, so okay, in the bylaws currently, there are many caucuses outlined. Yeah, they were made for like collective organization within the organization. Yes. And so we're removing them as they are outlined, and instead moving into the ad hoc committee section. The language is here. An ad hoc committee that forms around a particular internal or structural issue pertaining to race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, or other identity should be denoted as a generalized SGA caucus. Yeah, and so the legislature now has the discretion to create these as it deems necessary. Caucuses, if I'm not mistaken, haven't been used for quite some time. Granted, I haven't been here for quite some time, so I can't speak to that to the fullest extent. But that was discussed in the committee. So this allows them to still exist, but In a different way, yeah. I mean, like, it goes back to one of those points that Stephen made earlier, of like, and Stephen, I can say, like, not everything has to be in the bylaws, in a structured sense. This allows for them to exist on an as-needed basis. Yeah.
Alright, go ahead.
Just because of what we talked about a little earlier regarding directors and deputy directors, before it makes a change, should the word chairs be changed to directors, all directors of ad hoc committees must be appointed by the legislature? Or can it still be a chair position?
No, it would be a chair of the committee because a director is like a cabinet position.
Okay.
Like the person chairing an ad hoc committee is not a director. Like it could be, but does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sounds good.
So it's just essentially like replacing caucus with ad hoc committees, or they like?
Well, no, not necessarily. We're removing caucuses as they're currently stated. Like, they were created around identity issues in the organization, right? But they're not consistently. So this allows them to be created on an as-needed basis when there are issues of that sort.
And ad hoc committees have existed, like the way.
Yeah, ad hocs already exist. We're just adding this to the ad hoc committee section.
Got it, okay.
Any other questions about this change? Mm-hmm.
So directors can't be chairs of caucuses?
No, they can be. It's just because you're chairing an ad hoc committee doesn't mean you're a director. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, are you ready to vote on this? All those in favor, please, thank you. Raise your hand. I really need everybody to be voting with their hands up high clearly for me. Okay. We should know also what we're voting on. Okay. All opposed? Unabstaining? Okay, this passes. Okay, we're going back up to section 2, subsection A, enumeration of standing committees. We're on page 40. Yeah, I'll let Stephen explain it. He just changed the word.
Okay. Yeah, so the way semi-closed committees work are any officer, so anyone that's either elected or confirmed by legislature, is allowed to attend semi-closed committees and be full-fledged members of those committees. But anyone in the general student body is able to attend them. They're not allowed to be considered full-fledged members unless they're one of those an officer or confirmed by the director itself. So these are student groups and communication. So these are open if the director allows it, but only officers are allowed to vote, participate in it, or they be confirmed by the director. Does that kind of make sense?
How many, like, typically, like, members of the student body are, like, full-fledged members of the semi-closed committees, or does that not happen often?
Varies on the committee. If you want to finance.
Yeah, so for example, finance committee is a semi-closed committee, and there's only one member of the legislature on it. I would say, like, varies again.
Yes. Sorry.
How do you, like, if you're not a legislator, how do you get approved to be in the committee?
There's a committee interest form.
You want to speak to finance?
Yes, well, just speak to finance, not speak to other parts of this committee. Like finance, like usually there's an application form, there's also an interest form, so if they like email like the website, hey, I'm interested in finance, they'll let me know and I'll contact them and tell them I'm having a meeting, and I say like, here, I'd love you to join, see what you like, it's something you're interested in. And what usually there's also an application, and when they fill out the application, like again, they basically are interested after I tell them about the role, then like they attend the meetings, they do not vote, they do not review budgets against finance, but like once they feel like, oh, they like it, and like they want to continue with them, I appoint them to the legislature, you guys go to confirm them, and then be like a full-fledged member. Again, a lot of people don't really want to attend, they may figure, hey, it's not really what I want, they'll try to do things like that.
And is that written in the bylaws, or is that just
Like about how people get into?
Yeah.
Is it? Like, I don't think the committee interest form is in the bylaws. Do you know?
Well, the committee interest form is like, it's not like
that's just the way we do it as our process, but yeah, it basically, all confirmed members is right there, and so confirms means the director confirms on it.
Yeah. So the change that's proposed now, like the actual amendment itself, is that semi-closed committees shall be open to all confirmed members of the committee and all officers.
So this isn't actually changing anything in my opinion, these amendments, these are just kind of clarifying before it said all representatives, but this also includes officers, which is how it works in practice currently. And then instead of saying non-legislators, it's saying non-officers, so that just makes more sense to like how we actually run this, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So what we're voting on is the changes made to subsection A, enumeration of standing committees. The other thing that's included here is getting rid of or a caucus, because caucuses don't exist. We can just consider that like procedural because we changed it earlier. So what we're voting on right now is line B, essentially. A semi-closed committee shall be open to all confirmed members of the committee and all officers, and then non-officers and members of the student body may attend, but they don't speak or hold voting rights. Are we ready to vote on that?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please. Sorry, did I hear a no? Did I hear a no? No. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed and abstaining. Okay, great, that passes. No. Ad hoc committees are continuing. Okay, sorry, we missed something. We're going back up to ad hoc committees. Right? Oh, maybe it's back down.
No.
Yeah, it is back down, sorry. We're at the top of page 41 right now. So we passed what an ad hoc committee is in terms of like moving caucuses, the idea of caucuses into ad hoc committees. The next change is that all ad hoc committees must conclude by the end of the academic year. I'll let you speak on this, because you voted on it.
Yes, this falls in line with the concept of ad hoc committees as they are written in Robert's Rules of Order. They are made temporarily and end with the session of whatever assembly. So for us, that's just our legislative session. This is true for any ad hoc committee with any deliberative body. We voted unanimously in favor of this.
Okay. Are there any questions about this change? Are we ready to vote on it? Okay, all the, yes?
We changed academic year to legislative session then.
It functions the same.
Is that okay?
Yeah, is that what it says in the rest of the bylaws?
I believe so.
If it functions the same, it's fine, I'm just saying.
Actually, I think it says academic year across the board.
Yeah, I think it's academic year.
Okay, yeah, it says academic year consistently. Okay, so all those in favor of this change, please raise your hands. All opposed and abstaining? Okay, this passes. Scrolling down, we have, it's adding it. So we're now in the section of Committee on Civic and Government Affairs. We have the Committee on Civic and Government Affairs will have a subcommittee on affordable housing. It adds language about what the committee is made up of, and then meeting twice a month. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this subcommittee's been functioning in practice this year. And it seems that it will be continuing for quite some time. So yeah, and we've already unanimously, pretty self-explanatory, just solidifying something.
Any questions about this change? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? Okay, this passes. We are now in Committee on Student Groups. It's all connected, so we're good.
Well, this has already failed.
Yeah, so it's
both
we're good.
pieces.
Okay. Yeah, can we like?
Oh yeah, I can see where that.
But they didn't fail. They didn't fail, they were withdrawn.
Oh, that's.
BP Finance is a change. Do you want to put us?
Yeah, we might as well just.
Okay. So we're changing Vice Chair of Committee on Financial Affairs from Deputy CFO to Assistant Vice President of Financial Affairs to be consistent with the Vice President of Financial Affairs name change. Any questions about this one? Any objections to this one? Okay, passed. caucuses, we voted. Yeah. Look at us go. I have a summary of internal allocations change on page 64 that says it's contingent on speaker change dash Kisley. So since the speaker change was not made, can we withdraw this, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to reduce it. 1.5.
Okay. Can someone make the amendment, please?
Using the money.
Can someone make the amendment, please?
Nick, make the amendment.
My computer's
Can someone make the amendment, please?
I think Pace is on
I'm logged in, I just don't know page number.
We are on page 64.
It's all good, it's handled.
Alright, Kisley, would you like to explain this? Was it 0 before?
Am I supposed to speak?
Yes, please, can you explain this?
Okay. You guys never end up using the ledger reserves. Look at you right now, like it's that last meeting. How much money have you used? You have like 28,000 still left. So reduction of the amount would lead to some money allocated for student groups, and student groups actually need the money. So let's do some good things for our change.
Any questions about this change? Okay, we're ready to vote on it? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? That passes. So, yes. We're at the bottom of page 69 with City of College Park on-campus association.
Nice.
Adding that it's co-chaired by the Director of Civic Engagement and City Council liaisons.
So the committee voted favorably for this amendment unanimously, actually. Yeah, it's, as well as I believe it's already functioned like this for a bit. I'm not quite sure how long this is just solidifying the process. Again, that is already used in practice.
Any questions about this change? Okay, are we ready to vote on it?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, this passes. Okay, we are now back into the honoraria discussion. We have, sorry, we have amendments here. Okay, so I'm gonna do these as 3 separate amendments. The first one is increasing the honoraria of the student body president. So increasing it from current in-state tuition and mandatory fees to 75% of current out-of-state tuition. Did we vote on this? Okay.
So for the record, we voted on these 3 honorary changes as a block, but we are not doing that here, like Madam Speaker just said. So we were sitting down after having many conversations about how our student body president's honoraria is just nothing compared to some other schools in the Big Ten. And their work is just nothing compared to the work that we do. No hate intended there. But yeah, I mean, we're doing some rough math. We're looking at, on a light week, 30, 35 hours. That's a light week. On a high week, 60 hours. Yeah, okay, leave me alone. We're looking at somewhere in the middle of a consistent from 40 to 45 hours. Like you said earlier, with the amount he's currently paid, that comes out to give or take $5 an hour, which I think we can all agree is an inhumane wage, and the committee thought that as well. So, we changed it to 75% of out-of-state tuition. I don't know what that number is off the top of my head.
75, 50.
Yeah. No, but like the
Oh,
$27,000. So yeah, we voted in favor. It's a lot of work, and that comes out to, I believe, just about minimum wage.
After taxes, it comes out to be $15.30 per hour.
There you go.
Any questions about this change? Yeah. Are we ready to vote on this change? Okay, Tom, I'll see you.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's not really about this, it's not about this change. I was gonna say we should also add, to this, 'cause hypothetically, I'm aware of an issue that might have come up, that if the student is an international student, they may receive the honorary differently. So that's something separate from this.
I know where it came up from. Yeah.
So we need to add somebody to that.
I'm confusing whoever the next international one is, if you guys wait for a review. Can make sure that they tell the SGA ethics committee of the speaker before that. I would put it in my run sheet.
It doesn't need to be,
It's very
Okay, so any other questions about this change? Would anyone like, yes?
Wait, so where's the money, like, gonna be coming from? Like, what is it taking away?
Student fees, the student activities fee, which is where it comes from now. The total budget that SGA gets for the student activities fee is approximately how many millions of dollars?
There's student activity fee, like collections, and then the SGA budget. Those are
Right.
very separate things.
Okay.
Yeah, so the SGA budget is like roughly like $80,000 to $90,000. That's for like SGA.
Yeah.
Like student activities fee collections is like 2.1 million.
What Mr. CFO said. So it would come from the SGA budget, not the general part of the student activities fee. Yes. Does that answer your question?
I don't know.
Okay. Could you maybe ask a question a little differently so I can give a different answer?
Like, what's the difference between the two?
Student activities fee is the fee that all undergraduate students pay. It's about $81 if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's changed 81.
Yeah, so it just changed to 81, but it's SGA handles allocation of that, so part of it goes to 23% goes to C and all these different places, and then
Undergraduate legal aid, like there's something legal.
yeah,
different arms of SGA.
Yeah, and so and the majority of it goes to fund student groups, right? And so with that, there's some of it that is left from SGA's like operating budget, so that's where exec reserve, or cap reserves, ledger reserve, all of that comes from, and this is where that money would come from as well.
So it's coming from the SGA portion, not.
Yes.
Yes. But the SGA portion comes from that total like 2.1, like total.
So would that money, would that change like the fee amount? Or is
No, the fee amount would not change depending on like how much SGA gets. Or if, for that matter, any other department that's funded by student activity gets.
So if that money is going to the student body president, then what does it take, like where is it coming from in the SGA reserves?
I imagine in function it would. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you can answer
No,
the
I
question.
don't need
I can turn it to CFO.
I think I'm gonna give it back to the RJ president.
The RJ president is not in the room, so.
No, RJ, not you.
But the RJ vice president.
Anyway.
Okay,
go ahead.
if I'm not mistaken, it would evenly take from all sides of that budget down as it does now, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, I would also be mindful, for example, just like reduce lead reserves, like that percentage is, you go, like, you go up. Like, for example, those percentages for lead reserves, that's a percentage of the total student activities fee. Like, we just like decrease that. So, like, yeah.
You're all good.
Okay.
You're all doing good.
Thank God.
That's great.
Yeah.
Any other questions about this change?
Are you doing it as a block?
No, we're not doing this as a block. Any other questions?
Are you ready to vote on increasing the student body president's honoraria?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? Okay, that passes. Okay, next we have, increasing the honoraria for the VP of Finance, Financial Affairs to 50% of the current out-of-state tuition, when it was previously the current in-state tuition and mandatory fees for one semester.
Again, I don't know the exact dollar amount this comes out to. I believe somewhere around $19,000. And yeah, it was, again, we were doing some time calculations in regards to the hourly wage, and that's how we came to this conclusion. Again, we voted unanimously in favor.
Any questions about this change? Yes, pause here.
Other than the hourly work, is there any other reason why they shouldn't be paid the same as this president as like they work for?
I mean, president work is more, so like, you hit the nail on the head and hourly work.
Yeah, I'm not sure who else to direct that to, except the person who made the amendment who's not in the room. We can come back to it. Scott can speak to what the committee can, yeah, Shiva was at the committee that week.
So you're just saying, so it's purely based on the amount of work they make, I think you should make less than the president.
Yeah, so president works more.
Okay, yes, he was from.
Well, this is a question for both of these amendments.
Okay.
So for the student body president, if you pay them 75% of the out-of-state tuition,
Yeah.
if the student body president is an in-state student.
It doesn't matter. The out-of-state, in-state tuition is an amount. It doesn't have anything to do with what the president is, yeah. Okay, any other questions for increasing the honorary of VP of Finance, Financial Affairs? Okay, are we ready to vote on it?
Yes.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed and abstaining? Okay, this passes as well. I'm putting it here, stop, just leave it. Otherwise it's not screwed. Connect to it. Did that, okay, we are here at section 5, honoraria, okay. For the graphic designers and the communications committee, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we did vote on this as a committee and it passed unanimously. But it's worked out like graphic designers in the real world are paid and paid very well. We pay hours, nothing. And so that is working for free. We don't support that as an organization and as a committee of constitution and bylaws. So we voted unanimously. I believe in practice this works out 300 per semester, and then it's the ones who make the most graphics and the way, like, the ones that actually get used, not the ones that don't get used. Yeah, that's all.
Any questions about this change? I would implore you all to be engaged with what we're doing. This is a pretty big, important change that we're making. So everyone should be paying attention, and we should all be voting and debating or expressing our thoughts, opinions. Public policy rep.
For like purposes for how long this might go, I think it might be best if we change the number to be set at 4 for the amount that are there that semester. Like, say like up to 4, like if they're less than 4, for example, or are there always 4 as per somewhere else in the bylaws, or is the number 4 just?
As far as I'm aware, these are not codified in the bylaws anywhere else. No, yeah.
So technically, if we put 4 here, then could that also be interpreted as up to 4? Like, or if there were 5 people, does that mean that we only pay 4 of them, not all 5?
Can you repeat the question?
Like, if we're saying we have 5, 6, 7,
Right.
we have more than 4 graphic designers.
Yeah.
Would we then pay only 4 of them?
That's what it appears like.
Should we not
From
change
the
this
language
to-
in this amendment, yes.
So, in the way we came to that conclusion was we can't pay everybody, we're paying the 4 who did the most work, not all of the graphic designers.
So, what if, oh, sorry.
Yeah, Lisa, sure.
You said, and when you were talking, you said when you were talking that it would be based on the ones that are published and like are approved, but that's not reflected in the language. So shouldn't there be an amendment?
Yeah, so it was reflected in the conversation. I would leave that, well, I would not leave that.
Okay, I'll direct that to the person who made the amendment, Nick. It's also on the screen.
Yeah, I know, I can't. Oh, I mean, I could just split it, or up to.
Well, his question was, you know, we talked in CDL.
Oh, I thought we were amending it.
No, we talked, well, we can, but, okay.
Yeah, Aiden, can you repeat what you said, please?
Well, I'm basically proposing that we amend it to say, to add, and are published on the SGA social media account. Because right now, it just says who produced the most.
That was reflected in the conversation.
Yeah.
Yes, engineering.
So technically, if the director and the deputy, also like are part of that board, they get paid each $300.
Yeah, it doesn't define that as not being possible, so I would assume so, yes, from this language. Transfer rep, did you wanna say something?
I was wondering if, like, how it would be allocated so that, like, only 4 people would receive it. Like, what if there were 5 people who did the same amount?
That's a great question, I would direct to the person who made the amendment.
So I don't think we discussed what would happen if there was a hypothetical tie.
Okay, contractor?
I just wanna say, like, what if there aren't 4 people making the graphics? Cause I'll be honest, this semester we really only had 2 consistent people that were making them with the help of some other people, so is there a, like, I don't know if my question is coming off clearly, but like.
It says up to 4.
Yeah, well, I wasn't like, so it would just be 300 just for however many people are involved.
Well, we can make whatever amendments to the amendment that we want to. So like if we wanna change something in this, and I would particularly urge the director and deputy director of comms to give their input on how this would function. Or what you think might be best, and then we can see if the legislature would like to amend that.
I'm not sure we should do something.
Oh, yeah, I was just kind of agree with that. I don't know if there's a way, where it could kind of be more of like, not put a number to it, like, rather than like, make it kind of like percentage-wise of like, I mean, it's gonna be 300 either way, like, not like changing the amount of money, but it's like percentage-wise, like, who contributed most to graphics significantly, like, if that makes sense. Huh?
Okay, wait,
Like
would you like to propose an amendment or an idea for an amendment?
just like, is there a way to keep it?
Up to 4, so you don't have to.
I think it's.
Okay, wait.
I think up to 4 is fine.
Okay, yeah, can we please stop side conversations? Okay, so,
But up to 4 doesn't have to.
yeah, it's up to. Okay, yes, transfer rep, and then public policy rep.
What if there was a way that you could give a certain amount of money for each post being made and published, rather than $300 for whoever does the most? That way everyone can get paid and it might not be a full $300, but that way everyone is getting compensated for their work.
Okay. Public policy rep, did you have something to say?
I was trying to understand earlier what the director of communications was saying, so just to clarify, you're saying, for example, this semester there were 4 people that did most of the work for graphics with some people helping them, but there weren't a 4, so how do you kind of adjudicate the people who are in between? Is that what you were trying to say?
Yeah, it's like, we had people that helped us with like things here and there, but like a majority of the time it was like 2 people that were making, so, but I know it says up to 4.
So, for example,
it's like, yeah, it's.
so for example, now if there were, say, 2 main people doing it and then 6 other people, whoever the
Yeah.
next highest 2 people would then get a $600.
Right,
And you
yeah.
want to find a way to correct that.
Okay. Speaker Rachel.
Yeah, I have a question for the CFO. How does it work for paying finance members?
is there a limit on how many people are in the finance get paid, or is it?
Finance is signed up to 15 people, and it's like this number is 4.
So, at every single semester, do you have 15 people, or is it most time less? Or less?
So I would say it alternates. For example, like last semester I had less. This semester I had, I think, close to 15. I think I had like 12. Also with like, but in normal like years pre-pandemic, it was like 15 less.
So 15, more than 15 people are getting paid?
No. 15 people were getting paid, but the committee exceeded the size of 15.
Got it. Alright, thank you.
Engineering.
So, an idea that could work is that maybe the top 4 would get $300, but you have to meet a minimum to be part of that top 4. So depending upon what the director of communications might have like seen in the numbers of posts that were made or grants that were made, what, I don't know what a good number of that minimum would be, but.
Sorry, what did you, like?
Like maybe Nick just said if you leave it up to the discretion of the director.
Yeah.
In determining, like, I guess a percentage might make more sense then, but I think there should be like some sort of minimum that qualifies you to be a part of it.
I would suggest putting language in there, and then also, can you please look at if under, or I mean, maybe the CFO knows this as well, under the CFO's, responsibilities, does it say, like keep track of who would be eligible for the honorary or something like that?
Eligible in what sense?
Like that list of people you gave, whether it's more than 15.
Like I keep like what? What is your question?
So like the people that could get honoraria, how do you keep that list?
I have attendance.
Okay, so it's attendance. So what if we put under the duties of the director of communications, or here, like keep track of how many graphics are made or whatever?
Keep track of like what graphics are posted.
Yeah.
And the designer behind them.
Right. Heritage career.
Something I wanted to discuss is that it's already kind of at the discretion of 2 separate entities to declare whether that person has fulfilled their duties, and if they've only done, say, 2 posts in the span of like 9 months, like, then they haven't met, like, in my opinion, I don't think the committee would find them, like, they've been doing their job completely and fully, as compared to someone who creates posts that are, like, significantly more frequent than that person. So I guess, like, kind of like I wanna ask is, are we looking for a hard number to make everyone, like, feel better about making this amendment, or is it just, I don't know.
I think it's closing the loop.
Okay, cause to me, like, it seemed pretty close, but I'm just trying to understand.
CMS rep, did you wanna speak?
Oh, I just like wanted to, I had a question about your question. What do you mean by like a hard, like monetarily?
Like, you have to create this number of published posts, and like that kind of hard number of, like, the committees can't have that leeway of discretion.
Go ahead.
So just to respond to that, I think it's kind of difficult to have a hard number because there are certain posts that'll take a lot more time than other posts, and then also like the information that goes into it. Also, if it's like kind of like a campaign type of post, like that's like more of a recurring thing, so you need to know more about it, and those kinds of things get kind of complicated. So I think just having it more to the discretion of the director.
So yeah, do we wanna add an addendum? I just wanna get like the general feeling from everyone is like, do we wanna add an addendum that we also have it at the discretion of the director as well, alongside these 2 other groups?
Or just, what do you mean by 2 other groups?
Like the
committee?
Committee on Accountability and Ethics and the advisor to the Committee on
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
So like if we say the director also has a say in how much work that person has done, that
I'm
could
sorry,
help.
my ethics will take into consideration.
Yeah, so typically, I'll just give like as background, like typically with things like incumbency review, for example, where the Committee on Accountability and Ethics is like reviewing information, it's like the information is presented to the committee and the committee reviews it. So what I would say in terms of precedent for this is like the information from the director and deputy director of comms would be presented to the Committee on Accountability and Ethics for them to make their decision. That's like how it works, like with attendance records for incumbency review and
They
stuff
do
like that.
already have a say in sharing like their thoughts, if they just aren't part of the decision.
Yeah, that's what I would say. If, yeah. Transfer.
So,
I still think that like 4 is kind of an arbitrary number, and since these are the bylaws, like we should be thinking about if there were we should be thinking about hypothetical scenarios for if there were more people doing like a really good job. So I still think it should be based on like how many people are making, as in like you get compensated for based on each post that you make rather than like a total amount, because you might like, I don't know.
Sorry, one
yeah,
second.
Yeah, that's true. You might stop working for you.
Is that not possible? Sorry. Okay. Is there a reasoning for that?
As long as it's something before the year starts.
Okay.
We cannot make something like that up.
Okay. So you were saying?
Yeah, I also just want to bring up the fact that in the finance committee, every single one of those members that get paid are also confirmed by the legislature. These people that are making these graphics are just assigned by the director of communications, who, I mean, it is approved, but they are approved by the legislature, the director of communications, but there's nothing from stopping them to go and just like assigning graphics to 4 their friends and like having them make the money. There's no check there, in my opinion, so that's one thing to consider.
Yes, comms check.
I just want like the kind of pivoting off of that point, like people should probably want to make graphics because they want to make graphics. I think that there needs to be something specified with the money, because I don't want people like to claim wanting to make graphics because they get money. Like I want people who actually want to make graphics, who are committed to coming to committee. We had like 4 people come to committee consistently, and like 2 of us ended up making graphics. So like I want it to be people who actually want to make graphics that just don't want the money. So there needs to be some sort of thing, like, and then yeah, like the bias thing, like that's fine, but like there just needs to be some sort of thing where it's like, you know, you get the money because you're actually committed, not because you made a really easy graphic that like anyone can make. So just something to consider, I think, because it's easy to take advantage of something like that. So.
Education.
This might just be spitballing ideas to kind of go off what Megan said. Is it worth adding something in the bylaws that said that these graphic designers would also be approved by Ledge as a form of check? Like, would you like? Do we feel like that's fair and kind of solves that check issue?
So what Nick just proposed is adding an amendment. It probably wouldn't go here. It would we'd probably honestly add a position under comms committee. Is it where it goes? I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, in the CAB section about in the comms committee section about adding a position called a graphic designer, and then saying that graphic designer would be confirmed by Ledge.
But the only, Isabella brought up a good point, that, does that make the committee closed then by definition?
Well,
no, it's only closed and defined as such. So,
well,
finance is semi-closed.
Hypothetically, there are still committee members who aren't graphic designers in this situation.
Sorry.
Engineering graphic.
Well, going off that point, like if it's then 1 graphic designer, then it's 1 person doing all the work, so then it's 4 graphic designers instead of 4 of them, and then they would then be. I feel like it's like a lot of drip into like other processes. Then there'd be an appointment, they'd have to write a bio, and then maybe in that bio they'd have to state why they're qualified, and then it has to be people who are qualified or that like qualified.
We're gonna go public policy rep, speaker pro temp, and then student body president.
So just kind of rounding back a little bit, I understand what here, but for what we have here right now, before we create a new position, like a standing committee, does everyone at least sort of agree on the language that we have here for now, sans the limit of number of people, or is that completely contingent on us creating a new position?
Yeah, so.
Does everyone, do people agree on this? Like, what do you want to change? Because I feel like if we were to say.
Let's go to student body president, and we'll see. Sorry, speaker pro temp.
Yeah. Well, just want to address Isabella's point, like Shiva just said, there are people on the finance committee currently that still work on the finance committee that will not get paid. Like they do work, they like with the finance staffers, right? That they help out in the process, but they don't get paid. In my opinion, if we're gonna pay them, I think we should set it up similar to how we pay the finance committee members and have a system where we approve them through legislature. In my opinion, and that goes to Josh's point also. Like I think the rest is fine, but I think there needs to be some type of check on that. And that's talking about audit risk earlier. I think there should be audits for just paying people without any kind of check penalized that people are voted on by the student body.
Student body president, do you still want to speak?
Yes. Wait, let's go back to basics. The reason the finance committee gets paid is because there's an attendance-based requirement for them. The staffers that don't get paid have the same process as any other member of the finance committee. They just don't meet the attendance requirement. What we would like to, I would suggest what we should create in this case is a basic requirement. In that case, the requirement doesn't need to be attendance. It could be the number of graphics. So if you wanted to move, let's remove the number of people and let's add the total number of people who made, let's say, X graphics. However many people they are, we'll pay them. And then that number will be capped at some big amount, just like finance committee.
So they also have to attend, like,
We'll add it as the description of members of council committee.
So we would describe they're also required to go to meetings, so that if they don't attend a certain number of meetings, then they wouldn't be viable.
I think.
But I guess that's the question. Do you want an attendance requirement as well? Okay, attendance requirement as well.
Okay, so I think what we should do here, and I'll transfer up if you still want to speak, give me just a second. But I think what we should do here is add, so the line that says Committee on Accountability and Ethics has to determine that all duties and responsibilities have been fulfilled. We need a section that states their duties and responsibilities. We can't do it without that. That's the committee wouldn't be able to hold them to a standard. So if somebody can go and add language for this in the CAB section, that would be great. Oh. Yeah, sorry, engineering.
Can we vote and disapprove the current amendments before we add a bunch more? Because then we're changing amendments.
I would, so if we're talking about this section 5, I would consider it all as one amendment if everyone who made amendments was okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we can just delete things that are there.
Yeah. But, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Once again, for sure, where do we define the responsibilities of finance committee members? Is that in bylaws? I can't find it.
There's no responsibilities defined in the bylaws.
So it says in the bylaws though that that the advisor on the committee on financial affairs determines that all duties of the committee members have been properly and adequately fulfilled. How are they deciding if they've been properly and adequately fulfilled if there are no assigned duties?
Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, so basically, when they're reviewing if they get paid or not, they have to review if they met all their requirements. But I don't know where the requirements are laid out.
Are set by the advisor as the chief financial officer.
Oh, it's set by the CFO to be okay.
So let's.
So we don't need to. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're going back to that idea of bylaws are an outline, we don't need to.
Yeah.
Be specific.
No, I'm just trying to see how to set this one up.
Okay, any other questions or points about this change? Yeah, sorry, Megan, go ahead.
I don't know, I'm just wondering if should we just not have a graph, I don't know how to phrase this properly, but maybe it's not graphic designers that are getting paid, but maybe it's the director and the deputy director getting paid. I don't know how we feel about that, because at the end of the day, you should come to the committee because you want to be at the committee, and you should be making graphics because you want to make graphics. But the director and the deputy director are doing a lot of the work to ensure that things get out, to ensure that things are organized, picking up the slack if graphics aren't made. I feel the only money talk should really be more leaning towards the big positions that carry a lot of weight.
student body president shook his head no there. Is there a reason? Is it because you didn't like it, or is there a reason you can't?
I was just looking at my own messages. I'm sorry.
Okay. So how do we feel about paying the director and deputy director as an idea we've thrown out there? These are
But I am against it too.
Thank you so much, student body president. These are go ahead.
So they would be paid and instead of the graphic designers working for the committee, correct? I just want to clarify that's what you're proposing.
What did you say?
That the graphic design, the director and deputies would be paid, not the graphic designers.
I mean, yeah, because they also are graphic designers as well. Like, I don't just like sit there and like, I make graphics as well. Like, Denisha was the deputy director, like she made a lot of graphics as well. So like, yeah.
Okay, student body president.
My instinct behind it would be, like, it depends on directors to directors. Some directors have a hands-on approach, like Winter gave all the graphic design and even like the writing part of the work to other people in the organization. Like Winter gave it to my speechwriter to write all the big speeches and stuff and all the like ceremonies, and I did all the graphics part. She would give to like Naya or the other people in the company. So you cannot fix that at the director level, because another idea behind paying people is that we pay people who cannot like give away their jobs. Like president, like their responsibilities that I cannot just like give away to other people. So I think it opens a slippery slope.
Okay. Are you guys okay with me proposing an idea?
Yes.
Okay. So in subsection B, under duties and responsibilities of semi-closed committees, so we're on page 45, there is duties and responsibilities of the Committee on Communications. It's very similar to subsection C, Committee on Financial Affairs, where we talk about duties and responsibilities of the Committee on Financial Affairs, which I'm assuming is what they're measured up to when we're talking about whether they should be granted their honoraria or not. So the conversation also is if we're paying graphic designers. If we are, we can put that under the Committee on Communications responsibilities, have duties and responsibilities for graphic designers, and then there's a measurement for what the Accountability and Ethics Committee would have to consider them for. Yeah, engineer.
So adding on to that and kind of clarifying the director, so then the director and the deputy would no longer be responsible for graphic design at all. So that if you have, is that correct? Then if you have graphic designers, then theoretically the director would be responsible for graphic design. He would just be like kind of checking out and being like, yeah, this is good.
I think we spoke about in CBL, correct me if I'm wrong, but we talked about what if the director and the deputy director are two of those people who are making the most graphics, right?
We did.
They're allowed to.
Yeah.
You still have to check above that with the president and the chief of staff.
So yeah, we added that the DE&I director, chief of staff, and president are reviewing them. Not chief of staff, sorry, are reviewing graphics. Yes, sorry. So that's right.
Do we have to put a hard number right now so like head graphics, because it really just varies on like all the things that come and all the other things. So like can we keep it kind of like vague if possible, and then use like director's discretion as
So we can't really use directors. I would say that opens us up to the audit risk idea again. Just because it's our, first of all, budgets are set, as the student body president said before.
Right. I mean, I would say the 300 is the 300, but I'm saying that for like.
No, I understand.
Like type thing.
Yeah, in my opinion, from what I've seen, I think that we do need like a hard measurement. I think we can say something like it has to be something, right? Like it has to be attendance or like.
I think that attendance might be a little bit better than saying a number of posts, because just the number of posts is not as like.
But then we run into the issue of legislators being on the committee and paying legislators to attend the committee they're assigned to is the issue there.
Then you can't do that.
Megan, did you have something to say? I'll come back.
I don't know, I just like, I think we also we have to take into account the fact that graphics are also given to us. So sometimes. I don't know, like that seems also kind of relevant in the
Mhm.
conversation where like people are like, here's the graphic, like, you know, we get stuff like, here's a graphic from the university, or like, so it's just, like, Nate was saying, it just varies depending on who needs what, each semester, like, sometimes months need more, sometimes, like, we're not posting things for like 2 weeks, you know, it's like, well, that's never happened, but, like, we're not
Yeah.
posting things for like, you know, a couple days, so it's like, it's just, it is hard to put a set number on it, like, I think 10 is a crazy number, like, I think more like 3 to 5 is
Okay.
like more viable than 10.
Okay, we're gonna go spring admit rep, heritage rep, CMNS, public policy, BSOS, and CFO.
Wait,
No, you guys are gonna remember
I have a
that.
question.
Is there any way to just say,
No, you're waiting. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Is there any way to say, like, just like the highest amount? Like one person? Just like the highest amount.
So we talked about that in CBL, again, correct me if I'm wrong, and the issue we came to with that is that people are gonna be doing quantity over quality. That's what we came to the conclusion of in CBL. Like, people would be making more graphics or taking more assignments and not worrying about the quality of the graphics. But if quantity is our only, like, measurement, then how do we determine that?
What do you want to
Okay,
give?
but if you make
What
a
do you want to
shitty
give this
graphic and
at?
the comps are actually like, graphic, isn't that how it's supposed to be?
Oh, you're saying like in the approval process in the
Yeah.
beginning, it wouldn't get approved?
Yeah,
Okay.
the approved is they would have to redo it until it does get approved. And that would take more time, but.
If you wanna put language for that as an amendment, we can discuss it. BSOS rep.
Oh,
Sorry, I forgot my order kind of.
yeah, someone was before me. I think it was a heritage.
It was the heritage rep.
Yeah, well, this is kind of taking a couple steps back, but with like attendance and time spent, I know that like a lot of designing can happen on your own time, and like you can come to committees and not do anything. So, like, just adding that.
So, I don't know if you would know this, but it's kind of like two. Well, based on how many posts, couldn't we also make it a percentage? So if a graphic designer is responsible for 10% of the posts that go on our official social media page, that gets rid of the number issue of, 10, 15, or anything like that. It's less of a percentage, it's just an automatic percentage. I don't know if that runs into it. Just an idea.
CMNS rep.
Someone already said it.
Okay, engineering rep.
So, a new idea would be that going back to the original point of the top 4, then instead of top 4 to have the top 2. And then let's say the director and the deputy are the 2 people that make the most, and those 2 ones will pick.
Okay, back to CMNS rep.
I don't know, why, I don't get the reason for doing just top 2 when, like, it's possible to be top 4, because speaking from experience, it being top 2 this semester was, like, kind of a lot, and it became chaotic, so honestly, like, if we can have more people making more graphics, that can also expand SGA, like, and, like, outreach and stuff like that, we like, want to do more, I guess, with comms and stuff, so, yeah. That's just my viewpoint.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the initial, like, I feel like I remember the first problem that we had with having top 4 was that there wasn't even 4, and so we didn't want there to be the 2 people plus, so then it's like,
Right, but
then you're just gonna go back and you're gonna have 2 people that aren't doing anything. So you're saying that you want there to be
Yeah, exactly, go ahead.
not really like an incentive, but I'm just like keeping it as an option type of thing, like, not like, but like, saying just the top 2, like, caps it at 2, if that makes sense, but like, there is a possibility it could be more than 4, there's a possibility it could be less than 4 too, right, like, it's just like, we can't really say, like, 4 versus 3 isn't like, that much of an, like, I don't think that's like gonna be.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
Like, I don't,
Okay, CFO, did you wanna speak still?
Yeah, I feel like not to knock any of you guys, like I don't think you guys are the best people to start like making determinations like qualitative, like oh like the 5 versus the 4 or like oh quantity versus quality. I think it should be more vague in terms of the bylaws to really exhaustive determination that I'm determining and like we should have like a fixed amount and stay with the amount and just leave it to the communications committee to take it on how many years. I don't think it's the best guess.
Do you think that from a financial perspective, that would be like sound?
Yeah, I guess as long as you're just keeping the math here.
Okay.
You can just leave it to
So you're proposing that we have a set amount of money that goes to the comms committee, and it's the responsibility of the director, the deputy director, to dole that money out?
No, not like that.
Okay.
You should still have like some number, like, I'm not saying we have to keep this 300, but sure, keep this 300. And just leave the determination to the committee on see who's doing the job, who's not doing the job. Just like
But then
when I say the
it's
committee, I
people
mean
deciding
the director.
that they get
Committee
money.
means just the committee director.
Yeah.
But then the director would be deciding that they get money. So then it's like.
No, but they have to check the rest of the chief staff above them, and then
Yeah, okay, so can you clarify what the checks would be? Because if the director.
I like that this.
I also just feel like it's really easy to be ethical about that. Like I have a whole spreadsheet like of who signs up for what, who does what, like
Well,
I don't like it's I don't know if that's even relevant.
no, in that case,
But,
it's
like-
exactly the same as incumbency review or the finance committee, where that spreadsheet would go to the committee on accountability and ethics, and then they determine who gets it.
Yeah, like I don't like
So I like that idea a lot, I just think that the committee reviewing it would have to be the, like, ethics committee, because that aligns with how every other honoraria is distributed. Public policy rep, did you still wanna speak?
Yes, you wrote when you got back to my kind of original point. I agree, I think that we should just have the director of communication put forth and suggest these 4 people, and in cases where the director or deputy director of communications are one of these 4 people, is subject to the same exact review that an incumbency review would be for. And I think that's kind of the amendment that I suggested before.
Okay.
Kind of why I was asking, like, do people agree with what is on there?
Did you suggest it in the honoraria section or elsewhere?
Where we were. Yeah.
Thank you, okay, so can we scroll back to the honoraria section, please?
Yes, we can.
So, can everyone please take a look at what this currently says?
We're in section 5, page 71 on the document. If you're scrolling, it's.
Thank you, Josh.
Scrolling, it's still page 71. I can explain if anyone has a question.
I'm gonna,
Sorry, Doug.
no, you're fine, go ahead.
If anyone has a question,
Oh, okay, so I don't think, yeah, first of all, the advisors to the Committee on Financial Affairs would have no relation to the Communications Committee, correct?
Correct.
So we're gonna get
We
rid
can
of
add
that.
to the communications committee.
No, that you should. No. You should
Yeah,
not
adding
add
an
no.
advisor to the communications committee.
You should, yeah, you can add advisor, who cares, it should not be the financial.
Oh, I'm not taking off. I said, yeah, let's add an advisor.
Okay, I think you can write that amendment, Kisley.
I'll write it right here.
Okay, so I would suggest in the clause that says the Committee on Accountability and Ethics meets, we can say like meets to review the director of communications, like, records or something like that.
Because what I just said makes sense. What you said.
Sorry, wait, oh yeah, I see what you're talking about.
What page are you, Isabel?
71.
71.
So I just added C and D. I just left it like this.
Yeah, so this would be Committee on Accountability and, yeah.
graphic design, the comp structure being the graphic designer, being a problem becomes something else.
Yeah.
I think it's just, let's not put the language, we can just like make it as. Yeah, like, we have had financial affairs for like almost 4 or 5 years, nobody like, it's money, it's state money, if anyone like randomly starts allotting it to people, we also have an audit check on us, we also have a legal check on us, we have the university's legal department looking at us, we have state looking at us. You guys are like the very basic of the checks, there are so many other checks, like, I think it's just, yeah.
So I think the other thing we can do is just say records are like detailing the efforts of each member should be submitted. We can keep that vague instead of saying the director does it.
The reviewer is the committee on accountability. Does that make sense?
You're good. Okay, there's language there now. Okay, I can rewrite it. Okay, so as it stands, it says up to 4 graphic designers who produce the most graphics on the communications committee and whose posts are published on the SGA social media accounts shall be awarded $300 per semester if and only if records detailing the efforts of each member of the committee are submitted to the Committee on Accountability and Ethics. The Committee on Accountability and Ethics determines that all duties and responsibilities of the committee member have been properly and adequately fulfilled, and each of or up to these 4 graphic designers have contributed a worthy amount of graphics for the discretion of the Committee on Accountability and Ethics.
I like that.
Really?
I thought I could write it.
Okay. Josh, are you talking to us?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was wondering if you thought that answered your question.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I'll consider it.
So just to clarify, when you say up to 4, right? Not like exactly 4?
Yeah, up to 4.
Laptop's out of charge.
No, you're fine. Up to 4. So, like, the issue still exists, like, if there's more than 4 people, how do we, and like, 2 of them do the same amount of, like, work, like number 4, number 5, number 6 do the same amount of work, what do we do? Yeah, go ahead, and then, Director Combs.
What would you like the board to be involved in?
Right.
Like, is there a specific number?
We can't do that.
Okay, Comms Director, go ahead.
I don't know, just after like hearing how complicated it is, I feel like I would just rather not have money involved at all.
So it's funny because last year during Omnibus, this is exactly what we did for like an hour.
It's just so like subjective and it's like, there's more of a process to make sure it's fair, it's like, why is there money involved at all? Like, people again should wanna come to committee and make graphics because they want to, like that's the point of committee, is that you're doing it because you wanna serve and help out as much as you can, like, I think having an incentive to make graphics is like, okay, like, is it gonna be good? Like, I don't know, like, it's just too subjective and it's too much already of a process for there to be money involved, I think.
Again, this is exactly what we did last year. We debated this for like an hour and a half, and then the comms director said that it's.
Like, just from like experience and just like, I just think that I just would rather not have money involved whatsoever.
Okay, I have a lot of hands. So CMNS, BSOS, public health, off-campus neighboring.
I was just gonna reiterate the same thing. But also, like, if there's a way we could somehow solidify that someone has to pay if their graphic is requested, like, way too, like, close to the actual date type of thing, like, that's.
I do not feel comfortable putting that in
But
bylaws.
I don't think
We
we should.
cannot do that.
Okay.
Legally, we cannot do that.
But then can we have that as a thing, is my question, like,
Director can, yeah.
like, it's like, cause we haven't employed that ever,
Mhm.
but if we were to, like, even if it's not on in bylaws, like, is that, like, is that legal?
I would say that's at the discretion of the director, and then above the director is discretion of the exec at the time, whoever it is. BSOS rep.
I understand this is like very difficult and adding money can be more complicated, but I also think that graphics are really important to how we outreach those all students on campus and how we communicate with them about what we're up to. And so I think that because this work can be done paid at other places, we have to compete with other like real employers that are hiring people. So I understand well, yes, ideally these candidates will be coming on their own will, just making graphics for the resume experience and the experience and the joy of making graphics. I think that realistically we need to also acknowledge that we're asking students to do work outside of committee, inside committee is a huge time commitment, and that for that reason it's only fair that we can pay them.
Okay, 1 sec. Can we finish with public health, neighboring, and then we'll go to parliamentarian? Blaine, go ahead.
Yeah, so couldn't we just like track?
What?
Point takes precedence over it.
We're in a committee of the whole.
Doesn't matter, points matter, points are matter.
Okay, go ahead, Gisela.
What's the strategy?
We don't pay our graphic designers.
They're just really good.
Okay. Blaine, go ahead.
No, you're good. Okay. So I guess it's my hope is the director, can I do that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can direct it to Megan.
Could you track like how many graphics and the attendance everybody comes to your committee to determine who should get the money? Like on an Excel sheet?
Yeah, I mean, we take attendance, like, also like, I can just remember off the top of my head usually because there's no computer. So like, yeah, there is a way to do that. Like we have, like I have, you know, an Excel sheet of graphic name requested by date, like who's assigned to it. Like yeah, we can definitely do that.
And then who
And then like have they, then like another column that's like have they been showing up. Like yeah, we can probably do that.
And then so based on that, could you suggest like choose for people who have done the most and have contributed the most to the committee and send that to the ethics committee to like disperse the money?
So that's the current amendment we have proposed. That's what we just discussed. The only issue that we brought up with that is like, what if people had done the same amount of work? Yeah, that's what we have, and I think that the fact that the director keeps detailed records of it is like enough to present to the Committee on Accountability and Ethics to determine that, but yeah. Mira, go ahead.
I have a question for the director of college. Do you feel like as of now, without anybody in your committee being paid, like do you feel like you're like effectively producing graphics at a like consistent rate, like without anybody needing to get paid?
Yeah, I think so. Like we have someone who's dedicated to doing those weekly GBM graphics as well as Member of the Week. She stepped up and said I can do these and she's very on top of it. Doesn't need to get paid for it.
Does she not want to be paid?
Or she hasn't expressed any, she's just like, here you go. And then, yeah, I don't think we need money necessarily to.
There isn't an issue with like getting things done in committee without like needing payment?
No one.
Sorry. Megan, answer the question and then we'll call
yeah,
it.
like I don't think there's like, I guess what I'm saying is like they get done by whoever gets them done and then that's really it. Like it's like sometimes it can like, they do pile up, but like between like Nisha and I were able to like get it done.
Okay, we're gonna gonna go parliamentarian transfer rep.
Okay, to reframe this a little bit, what if we gave an overarching budget to the committee for graphic design? Let's say it's $5,000. And then you have a minimum, just a hypothetical number, okay? And you have a minimum threshold of what it means to qualify for pay. And then all people that come over that threshold, it is divided by the Committee on Accountability and Ethics evenly, not based on work. Once you cross that threshold, you don't get any extra money. You get whatever the percentage is based on the amount of people that cross that threshold. So if we kept it as, what would it be now, $1,200, you split that $1,200 evenly amongst the people that cross that threshold collectively. Just a thought.
Transfer rep.
Oh no, I was just gonna also ask if there was, like, usually money is used as like, what's obviously used as an incentive. So I was wondering if there is reason for there to be an incentive income.
I'll be honest, I have to go return this laptop or else Tanisha gets charged $1,000. So all of these questions have to be pointed at her because I can't
Okay.
go back on time.
Go ahead, answer that question.
So, from experience with what I've seen this year, there has not been that much initiative with making graphics as much as we used to see. So, in a sense, it could help, but also I think it's important to kind of just like do graphics because you have like the skills to do it, you have like, the dedication to do it, and keeping quality in mind. So I think that that's just something to really consider.
Okay, student body president.
The idea that you guys originally proposed with the four members getting paid, and the issue that you had with like two people doing the same amount of work, I don't believe that to be a big issue considering we have the flexibility of $300. It's not the worst thing in the world. The ethics committee goes one day and says, let's add one more person to pay $300. That's a last minute budget decision that the finance person can manage. I think let's cap it up for, and also it's not exactly subjective, that you can make it objective. It's highly unlikely that two people have the same attendance, same graphics, same work ethic, has not had a single issue with the director. These are things like to be exactly equal would be insanely rare. Like I don't expect that to happen. If the objective markers are equal, the subjective markers might not be. There is high chance that the director would prefer one person over the other for their work ethic. And I think that this is you're talking about a very worst case scenario, which is I don't expect that to happen.
Okay, spring admin rep, and then I think with that point, we'll consider this amendment and we can vote yes or no on it. Is everybody okay with that? Does anyone feel like they weren't able to speak or express what they wanted to say? Okay, Beth, go ahead.
So we're just gonna vote on it as it is right now.
Yeah, if everyone's okay with that. If anyone wants to make any changes, feel free to. Did you want to speak?
No, I was just gonna say something that has not said. If we do like a threshold thing, like if there's a bunch of people in the committee, no one really reaches like say give like 10 posts per week and no one reaches the 10, then nobody gets paid. And that's just like
Does anybody like that threshold idea better than this? No? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so, sorry. The amendment as it stands right now, can everyone please look at this? I know we've all got a little distracted. Can we all start paying attention, please? Up to 4 graphic designers will be awarded $3 per semester if and only if records detailing the efforts of each committee member are submitted to the Committee on Accountability and Ethics. The committee determines that all duties and responsibilities have been fulfilled, and then each of them have contributed a worthy amount of graphics according to discretion. The only thing that I would say that is different in this amendment than the discussion we just had is the last one. So D here, I think, is different than what we just discussed. I think you would have to say like the most amount of graphics according to the discretion of the committee. Is anyone like opposed to that being the conclusion of what we just talked about? Okay, so yes, transfer.
I just want to say one more thing. I think that if we do keep it at like a specific number, that might be very discouraging to other people who would want to join comms and who aren't getting compensated for their work, it might lead them to work less or not do as good of a job or not show up at all. So I think that's a good thing.
Does anyone want to respond to that, or just?
I feel this is a positive incentive for those who are hardworking, and if someone feels encouraged by lack of compensation, I think that maybe they need a committee with like that matches their interest more, because I feel that if you're in comms, you have an interest in graphic design, you should already be producing, you know, a certain level of work without compensation. I think it's a positive incentive, personally.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this? Okay, so again, please raise your hands clearly for me. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hands. All opposed? All abstaining? So this passes. Can you accept all of the,
I'll
we're
fix
coming
it.
back, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it here for you to add. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Moving on. We're on page 75, the last page. So we are at Article 15, Amendment Frequency. I will let you speak on the committee.
Yeah, so we voted favorably in this unanimously. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm qualified to represent the reasoning behind it because Kisley explained it very well to the committee. There wasn't a whole lot of deliberation on it afterwards because we all just kind of accepted what he said. I'd recommend that he speak on my.
Go ahead, Kisley.
Okay. Well, this is a constant issue with SGA that has come up after a lot of problems that we saw this year. A lot of other things that have happened in just our functionality. We edit our bylaws and government documents on a very regular basis. No other department or any other organization at the university level does that as frequently. But by frequently I mean like we do it once a year and we do election commission. All the documents are done at least once a year. Now the thing is, we're part of a very large university outside of this SGA. We have signed MOUs that go as long as 10 to 15 years. We have things written in bigger documents. By bigger I mean just higher precedence order, like Senate bylaws, the university bylaws, the Board of Regents bylaws. They are much higher than ours, and our documents need to be conformed to those documents. We cannot exactly be against any of those documents, and with the frequency that we have been amending, there has been a lack of actual conversation about fixing all the other documents with it, or making sure that people in this body know what other documents are or what they exist as, to make sure that these changes are corresponding to them. And I would not blame it to one person, it's hard. We're talking about more than 600 to 700 documents. And as much as I would like it to be the job of the president to read all those documents every year, I would say it's impossible also. Most of us are not lawyers, like I'm an engineer, I don't have the best time reading 700 legal documents. I always go to the lawyer asking, explain me this one, explain me that one. So yeah, with the amendment frequency put in place, we will make it less frequent to amend it. If nothing else, it will create that whole idea of once an amendment passes, it gives the university anywhere from 1 to 2 years to like fix all the other documents simultaneously, and if not, find out where we are different, where we are different from them, and fix our documents again. Right now, it's just not enough time. A year is not enough time to get all of that done. Hence was the issue of commencement speaker this year, where SGA had an MOU signed with the president's office since 1996 or something. That SGA president has has to be the principal speaker. I had no clue about that. And the biggest issue was that there was a new president, the new leadership at university level, and obviously new leadership here as well. Because I wasn't here in 1996, so we were all just like, what happened, and then we ended up like setting up a new process, and then we realized we broke like our agreement because someone just had something pop up on their like schedule, and they're like, oh, there's an MAU that we signed. So we should not get into like territories like this. Usually, if it's something simple as convention speaker, nobody cares, we fix it fast. But if it's bigger than that, we can get into legal trouble, and honestly, we don't even pay a lawyer enough to fix that for us.
Are there any questions about this change? It's a pretty big change.
Tiny wording changes.
Yeah, I see simple majority vote. Kisley, are you okay with considering that as part of your amendment? Amendment to the governing documents, other than the specified times above, can only be initiated by the SGA advisor or simple majority vote of the executive board.
I would like the president to do that instead, because neither the executive board nor the SGA advisor have access to MOUs. Only the president hears these conversations. President of SGA, because MOUs are signed in my name, MOUs are not signed by SGA's name.
So what do you,
Like some kind of initiation
so
process.
no vote,
No, vote is fine. Like obviously elected board, executive board, advisory board, all of that is fine. It's just maybe in written language that it can only be initiated by president, but MOUs don't work otherwise. Like we don't amend our bylaws more frequently than that, but if you want to, Mr. Body President is the only one who will hear about the reason for it. Pretty much. Yeah.
So or requesting majority vote is still fine, you just want to add that the next student body doesn't necessarily.
Yeah. It's similar to like chief financial officer being able to bring up anything about discretionary guidelines to you all. This would be for me, because if I hear it in a random meeting that we're violating an MOU, I'm just coming to you guys and going, we violated this. I should change the bylaws or we fix something else.
And then financial documents being amended by simple majority vote.
Mira, go ahead.
Does that mean that the parliamentarian would be a 2-year role position, or would it still be a
No. I think the way that we talked about this in CBL is that we would still have CBL, like the parliamentarian would still be chairing CBL over the year, whatever. It's just like those amendments would only be considered at this frequency.
So then
We wouldn't have omnibus.
parliamentarian of the year where it's the bylaws are not discussed in this meeting, they would just like
Transition it over.
yeah, transition them
Yeah.
into what they want. What if like the parliamentarian of 1 year and the parliamentarian of the second year like want two completely different bylaws?
They can't really like, the parliamentarian doesn't really have
I'm sorry.
like they don't, like it's not the parliamentarian inserting themselves and making changes that they want. It would be like 2 different years of the committee essentially. And the parliamentarian's job is just to record that.
So then there would be 2 different committees.
Two different
groups of people.
Yeah.
That could also potentially want like 2 different things in their bylaws, so they could be like opposing one another. So
Yeah.
like, how would student body president, like what would you say, like what would happen if like, 2 different committees in 2 different years and they both like want to put something?
That's all right, the corruption documents still exist, the legend sees everything.
So
That's how
like,
amendments work.
all the work that the first year did, could it just like
No.
completely be changed by what this?
I think
Not by the parliamentarian, by the legislature it could be.
Okay.
From my understanding of things, the amendments made on 1 year wouldn't carry over year to year unless we solidified that somewhere. Is that incorrect? So I'm saying like, let's say committee, like, okay, if we start this next year, right, we're not changing the bylaws, but the committee works and makes all these amendments, suggestions to the bylaws. They don't necessarily stick with the end of that administration. Now, they can be left in transition notes, but that doesn't mean that the next committee has to consider those the same, right?
Right. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
South Hughes comments.
I'm kind of confused by the language because you guys said it can only be initiated by like the SGA president, but the language still says it still says can only be initiated by SGA president, advisor, or like majority vote. So like what is actually?
I said to add as well. Those others are fine.
Oh, okay.
I added.
Mine's a question for the amendment regarding, you wanting a majority vote of the finance committee before, making amendments. Shiva, how does it work now when you guys make changes to your governing documents, before you bring it to ledge? How do you guys decide?
Majority vote.
Okay.
And I feel like the, bylaws already say that.
It's what?
I'm pretty sure the bylaws already say that. This is not a change.
This is
Yeah, I was wondering if it's just a.
Constitution as well. We just solidified it with the amendment frequency rate as well.
Okay, we're gonna go transcript and then engineering.
So, how are we going to make sure that, the legislature and, like the legislative body knows, like how this process works, if it's happening every 2 years rather than every year? Because presumably, every year there's going to be people of different, like different classes, and so, like, in the next year, there will be seniors that, like, understand stuff, and there will be freshmen, and it, like, keeps going. So if it's every 2 years, then how will we know that, like,
Yeah.
everyone will know?
I mean, one of the things that we do even now is at our retreat, we talk about CBL and how we make changes to governing documents. So that training would just be updated with this new amendment frequency. What else?
Well, yeah, and the parliamentarian would still be there to answer any questions or address any confusion amongst the body, anyways, so. In my head, that's still the role of the parliamentarian.
Engineering rep?
If these were to carry over through 2 years of edits, how would it even be possible that we could consider all of those in a single omnibus? They would have to be over. They'd have to be taken.
So we can't consider amendments made 1 year on the next year. Now, we can add them as amendments again, right, like, on the off year, the committee's like making suggestions really to the next committee to take into consideration. Now, we could add something to make it to where they do carry over, right, that is a logistical nightmare, but.
That being said, I mean, omnibus is like, some years there's a lot of amendments, right? Like, some years there's probably amendments worth 2 years worth of amendments, if we wanna think about it that way. We also could do omnibus differently, you know what I mean? Like, we could do it how we see fit, you know?
Yeah, it's actually not outlined in the
omnibus. Yeah, like, yeah. Was there a hand over here somewhere? Oh, public policy rep, then supervisor.
I think you already answered, but I was gonna say helping with
Supervisor.
I just wanted to cross that question too. I've already asked the lawyer to be trained in all my documents, so the lawyer will be trained in all the exact words.
Awesome. Any other questions about this change? Any changes that we wanna make to the amendment? Okay, are you ready to vote? Last amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Where are your 2 more?
Above, if you go back up.
Okay.
I also have one.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
Sorry.
Okay, all opposed? And abstaining? Okay, great, that passes.
Point of information.
Yeah.
After moving out of this, do we have another document to go to?
No.
Yeah, there's not any amendments made to the other governing documents.
Oh, thank you.
We have 3 more on this document here, and then we're done. We have to pass the bill itself.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Do we have to do it now, or should we just
Take the time.
No, we have time. We're gonna be done. We're staying here and then we're gonna be done.
Okay.
We're not going to. Okay.
The entire world.
Okay, let's go. Kisley, where's the amendment?
SG advisor added.
What page? Where are we?
60.
Can you tell us roughly what section?
Yes, it's right above the already section.
Okay.
It's subsection B under section 240 of arms.
There's a full-time administrator to serve all
We are on page 68 in subsection B, paid directors, staff, and employees. Line 5, there is a full-time paid SGA advisor that should exist to serve all SGA operations. Kinsley, do you want to speak on this briefly?
Yes. Right now we have 5 advisors in SGA. 4 advisors in SGA. There's the SGA main advisor, Joe Galiza. There's the SGA election board advisor, William Post. SGA finance committee advisor, Olga Rosman. And then SGA student groups advisor, Valerie Levin. After talking with them a lot of times, we realized all of them have their own separate jobs. This is their, like, we're giving them this job to be SGA advisor for these things without actually paying them for it. They also suggested if possible, we can look into having a full-time employee just as an SGA advisor. This change in the bylaws will be a start to that process. Anything about a full-time employee doesn't go in the bylaws, but we putting this statement in the bylaws will ensure that there is a full-time employee conversation that starts up instead.
Okay. Any questions about this change? Yes. Are you up?
Could you explain exactly what an advisor does? Because the only one I'm familiar with is Joe Galizo, and I'm not sure what services he's provided this year.
Okay. Well, depending on what committee they are advising, it changes. In terms of financial affairs, they make sure that we're not violating any financial laws. They make sure that we are.
But also, in terms of because Olga works in Sorka, she understands what Sorka actually do. So just because something maybe like finance can approve it doesn't mean Sorka actually has the capability to buy it. So it's kind of unfair for student group to approve a budget and then Sorka say, yeah, we can't actually do what we want with this due to like our policies. So like they bring their expertise into like our aspect of SGA.
And who is this?
So
can we please cease all side conversations?
The example we're talking about for the case of financial affairs is Olga Rosman. She works with finance.
Okay.
SGA advisor, the main advisor serves as my advisor. So there are issues like which I cannot obviously talk with you guys about, like when I'm signing an NDA, am I allowed to do it or not? Is this what is ethical, what is not ethical? These are conversations mostly I have with my advisor, the SGA lawyer, because lawyers are learning client privilege stuff, and with the SGA advisor, generally they make sure that I obviously don't talk everything specific with them, but I talk like high general terms about is that a good decision to make or not. Most of my, even including the veto, I discussed with the SGA advisor. They help me make almost all decisions. Like with the executive team plus the SGA advisor, that's my like advisory essentially for any big decisions that I'm thinking about making. And there's the Val, who is the advisor for student groups committee. She tells us what is legally allowed to be a restriction for the student group. Like you cannot restrict a student group. Like okay, if a student group is restricted on the basis of religion, let's say, that is illegal. But who will tell student groups committee? I'm giving obviously very stupid examples. Like obviously all of us know that shouldn't be happening. But there are like specific things like, oh, this amount of due is legally allowed. This amount is not allowed. If you give them this much money, the procurement office can do this. This much cannot be done. So that's where an advisor kicks in. And then there is the election commission governance board advisor. They have the same like jurisdictional legal issues that they deal with on their front.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
With this clause, would you be looking, well not you, but you know, the organization in general, would you be looking to have a new hire, or would it be somebody that is already a new hire? Okay.
Kim Sabringer.
So where, if we do pass this, where would the money be coming from to pay these SGA advisors?
transfer.
So what would this SGA advisory doing that's different from the one that currently exists?
Nothing, it's just that all of that is not, like, it's not part of their job to do any of these things. They have their own jobs, like, Joe is the assistant director, so he has an entire job. SGA advisor is an extra initiative that took upon him, just like that. William Burns is like student organization, something, and he took on this role to help the national partner. Olga is like, payments and like, she basically gets on the salaries and everything, but she took on the role to help the finance committee. Like, none of these people's job is to do all of this. So with this person, it will be this person's entire job to help us with this. If we could make it part-time, we can make it like, we can make it with a combination of, what do you call, with a combination of half money is paid by staff, half of it is paid by activity fee. You can just find maybe the entire money is paid by the university, but to start that discussion, we need to do something different.
Any other questions about this change? Are we ready to vote on it? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, this passes. Kinsley, where's the next change?
It was next year.
Yeah. So, that's a good question. I believe it was under legislative representative responsibilities. Whatever that was.
Give me a page number, boss.
I am trying to find the boss. Big Lebowski.
What does that mean?
Is this our last amendment?
I think it is. Unless it's like, yeah. Okay, so after we.
Hey, what page is this on?
Page 5.
Okay, come on, we have one more amendment to get through. Let's let Nick explain this, please.
Okay, so Kinsley and I kind of talked about this after the student groups, that thing about it needs to go in. After that amendment, like this one failed, the student groups one failed.
Yeah.
Basically, I talked to Alicia out in the hallway. Deleted the whole thing, of course.
Yep, it's gone.
Lovely.
Is it back?
Yep.
Yeah, it is. I talked to Alicia out in the hallway, and I said, hey, what if we float the idea of having every legislator at least attend 2 hours of deliberations with the committee and student groups to kind of give them an idea of how student group functions. And this way, at least it's kind of similar to finance. And I was gonna have her speak on it, but obviously she left. She supported it. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Any questions about this change?
Steven?
So like with finance, every finance committee, they're deliberating. Not every committee of the student groups, the deliberations are permitting other things as well. How do you define that?
I mean, that's a valid point against it. I just think that having them go and see.
So is it 2 hours of deliberations, or is it 2 hours, or just attending 2 student groups meetings?
It should, well, yeah, that is kind of hard because the committee doesn't like streamline deliberations, so it doesn't seem like
Right.
it's. And also that becomes an issue for people who are appointed later.
I know.
Like later in the semester after deliberations.
Is this 2
One
per
way-
semester, is this 2 things a year?
Yeah, it should be.
One way we could do this, if you wanted more legislators to have more, more knowledge of the student group recognition process, is add the student group's recognition training back into the thing, into like retreat.
Yeah, we might as well just do that.
Or like the student groups director comes and teaches about student groups and what SGA
Yeah, do
does.
we even need to put that in the?
Yeah, I mean, I would put it in, it's like the finance training or the comms training. We'll go speaker pro tem for, did you ever hit it? And then I'll get favorite.
What's the point of this? And why does everyone need to know how to do this?
If I mean, I'm fine getting rid of this and putting it in training for retreats.
Why do, even the retreat, why does it?
I just think it's important.
Retreat's already 3 hours long, and I don't see the purpose of every single legislator understanding how to.
I mean, I think it's important for legislators to understand what groups can be recognized under SGA guidelines. And I think that it's pretty important for legislators to understand that.
Okay.
I mean, at least that's my perspective on it.
Off campus neighboring rep.
Yeah, so I just like originally it was, we had to do 1 hour of deliberation. I don't know if that was like in our bylaws last year, but like just being in student groups, we had to do an hour of deliberation. Why did you change it from 1 hour to 2 hours?
So the 1 hour was an executive order.
Well, no, those are two different things. So one of those things is a mandate for student groups committee members.
Okay.
And then this is for all legislators.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go heritage committee rep and then spring admin, and was there another hand? Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
just as like a little plug for this, it's just that a lot of times people come into the office and they're asking about student groups.
I understand.
And some of us, like, I'm not in student groups, so I don't have the document of who's in and who's not. So if I know how they are recognized, I can ask like the 3 main questions, be like, do you do this, this, and this? And then I can kind of help them, whereas usually like if they come in and ask me, I'm completely lost in helping a student group because I have no idea how SGA works around them.
So maybe what we do, and like, again, this doesn't need to be really codified in the bylaws, I think we can put in student groups training or some student groups, like how to talk to student groups training or something like that. But we could just do like a brief, like how to answer questions like that. I know that part of that is in the finance training, right?
What?
Like how to respond when student groups ask about funding. We could do the same thing, but how to respond when student groups ask about recognition.
Like, to be fair, like, in that training, like, how to respond to finance questions, it's always like, please do not try to answer it yourself, please send the questions to me.
I was talking recognition.
Yeah.
That is in the training.
I mean, I think that would be valuable. I personally.
I think it's worth it.
I think it's good.
Mira, go ahead.
If
Well,
if a student group did walk into like the SGA office and like said like, oh, I'm trying to be SGA recognized, like wouldn't like any legislator in the office just say like, oh, I'm not in student groups, but like I can issue to the SGA website where you can get in contact with the director of student groups?
Well, we're trying to remedy that.
Yes, because I feel it's a little discouraging when you come all the way to the SJ office and they can't answer your questions. They're just sending you to another person, because I know I get really mad when I email someone about a problem, and they're like, I can't help you, go here. So, like, I kind of agree with Nick, where it's like, you want to make them feel as good about coming to you as possible.
Spring, Amber, did you want to speak?
I just wanted to, everything she said.
Okay, cool.
Wouldn't the end result still be the same like with finance, right? Where we just direct them to the finance committee and the CFO?
Well, the CFO is usually
Because
in the office, someone from student groups is not usually in the office.
But most likely issues of recognition, larger problems, or stuff that can't individually be handled by a legislator, so the end result will still be the same.
Disagree.
Please attend this committee, or please reach out to the director who's much more well versed in this issue than I am.
Let's have education rep respond, and then we'll go to Coordinator Varnar.
I think like there's obviously a chance that still happens, because I can't speak for what everybody's gonna be like if somebody comes into the office, but as somebody who's there pretty routinely and has been in student groups, if every legislator knows like student groups are not charging people dues, or student groups are not excluding people based off like race, sex, creed, religion, you know, etc. I mean, it's not like the training has to take more than 20 minutes at the retreat, and I think it's valuable for people to have that information, because a lot of the times people get very frustrated when they come in, and Paisley or I, I have access to the spreadsheets in the student groups, and I can pull it up and look at it. But I think like, instead of referring people, it's better at least if we try and prepare people for them to kind of be a middle ground instead of just sending them to the group.
Okay, Coordinator Varnar. Okay, I'll continue that.
Has there ever been an instance in which like a student group has come into an SGA office and like the legislator didn't know how to answer their question?
Yes, that was me.
Like,
It's happened to me twice where they come in and ask me and I don't have an answer.
so if we did get trained for it, and it would take like 20 minutes, of what would the training entail?
Well, a good litmus test would be like how many people. Sorry. I mean, it would be. I would just like to say a good litmus test would be like how many people in Ledge right now can actually tell you the requirements that people have.
I was thinking that the same way that Ledge Leadership runs retreat, where they bring in the CFO to give a training, or they bring in the comms director, we would bring in the director of student groups.
Yeah.
That's what I would envision as like, if I was planning, if I had this in my requirements for what I had to put in retreat, that's what I would do. Yeah.
And also to add on, like, even if I get this training and I can't answer every distinct question,
it's better than showing up and me saying I can't help you, whereas if I help them a little bit and say, let me reach out to this person, I'll get back to you on that, it kind of goes towards the goal of us like being there for students and then feeling comfortable to come into that space. So
Okay, education rep, and then last comment, is there anyone that doesn't?
Yeah, the last thing I'm just gonna say on this is that I think this tackles two issues, which is one, everyone always complains about our student group outreach, which is kind of the methodology behind the assigning them to legislators, this thing that failed earlier tonight. So the idea was like, at least this is kind of a nice middle ground solution where it doesn't actually require that much extra burden to be put on every ledge member, and then also it makes it look like, because I personally feel pretty bad whenever constituents come in and they're like, they don't have to be my constituents, like people will come in from a non-SGA recognized group, and like before I was in student groups, I just couldn't tell them anything, like I just felt like I wasn't doing my job. So I think it kind of addresses kills two birds with one stone when they do it like this.
Okay, so we are on page 4, adding in to the training sessions of the speaker of the representative duties, finance, communications, D&I, SMP, alcohol and substance abuse, and student groups training. What do you mean? Because before it says student groups recognition, and now it's just student groups. We can get rid of this and I can read it right in. Okay. So, are we gonna do both?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, that passes. Yeah. Alright, we are done with the bylaws, constitution, SROs, everything else is good to go. There's no changes made on it, so I will look for a motion. No. We have a motion.
Motion to dissolve the committee of the whole.
Alright, so we have a motion to dissolve the committee of the whole. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Unanimous, we're good. So we move out of committee to a whole. We're back into second reading calendar. We have S2254A, Emergency, the Omnibus Institutional Reform Act of Spring 2022. There's obviously no committee report, so I'm just going to ask, is the body ready for the main question on this bill?
Yes.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? And abstaining? Okay, with a vote of 23 to 0 to 1, this passes. I don't know why everyone's packing up. Okay, we still have a few more things. Table of bills, there are none. Does anybody have any follow-up? Yes, Kirsten.
I'm sad to say that free printing won't be happening next year. I did not get past that.
Follow-up? ESOS rep?
So that ESOS advising survey was sent out, and I'm talking with the dean, so they formed an internal review committee to begin the process of studying how they can make it so that all 4 years you have the same exact advisor. It's gonna take a while, but it's beginning, so.
Awesome. Yay. Any other follow-up? Okay, Josie?
I have nothing to say.
Okay.
This is the fastest omnibus in my 4 years here, so thanks for completing a great committee of the whole. I don't know if it's a lunch, but
That's okay.
see you guys Monday.
Thanks.
No tears today.
Okay. All right, skipping director updates. Are there any comments for the good of the council? Yeah, go ahead.
Please make sure you RSVP to inauguration/end of year banquet. If you're a senior, I reached out to you about giving a senior speech, so please check your Slack and let me know. Otherwise, I'll resend the RSVP link in the chat tonight. We'll have Maryland dairy and cake, so it should be fun. But yeah, excited. Oh yeah, and sorry, the dress code is, I think we said it was dressy, semi-formal. The language changed a little bit.
Cocktail dresses.
Like cocktail dresses, maxi, I don't know, kind of dressy. I don't know, Google it.
Pick an outfit you feel really
That's it.
I'll just show up.
Okay, so on the last GBM of the year, is there a motion? All right, you
guys are all free to go. Have a good night.
We made it. What?
Keep it out.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I need to get my Were you there for the first for the minibus? It was mostly not omnibus and mostly debate on a super contentious bill that was emergency.
Well,
Isabella. Goodbye, Clark.
Well, don't actually say that, but like.
The end of SGA.
I'm sorry.
Bye. Yes, you know.
See you at home. 5.5 hours.
Goodbye.